Chapter 101, Chapter 098. Time is running out for the Allies. At the camp outside London, a rather fiery ideological atmosphere prevailed as a group of men could be seen practicing. Luke took Dr. Zola with him and stood on a hill not far away. Those soldiers who had been successfully transformed have undergone tremendous changes in height and physique. Looking at strong men with a height of 2 meters, wearing a white short-sleeved t-shirt. The very obvious outlined bulging muscles. Luke was worried that their overdeveloped muscles would tear their clothes and then stage a sudden burst of exciting scenes. This was a week after the implementation of the Allied Superman program. Over 300 people were the first recipients, and only 26 people managed to survive 3 mutations. As for the 24th variations, the battleship class only Captain America did it. In Stephanie's words, Captain Rogers is the most amazing test subject I have ever seen. But even after several painful transformations, they weren't ready for the battlefield. Just yesterday, an inflated soldier felt so powerful that he tried to lift a jeep parked in the camp. Before he could do so, the whole man's skin ruptured, and his bones broke. He was mercilessly crushed into a pulpy mass by the jeep. Stephanie specifically explained this accident. Now, those soldiers were like half-built planes. Trying to take off forcibly would only cause the body to collapse. It takes a period of training and adaptation to become a Royal Tank class and battleship class soldier. Dr. Zola, you have been involved in Woden's blood research for quite some time. How much do you know about the composition of the red crystals and the principle of transforming the human body? Luke looked out into the distance, his mind floating. Allied command has sent word that 3 battleship classes have been deployed from Berlin, leading an army and forming battle squadrons. Right now, no one on the battlefield can stop them. According to the information obtained by the Strategic Science Reserve, Siegmund's battle squadron is advancing to the east. Although at the beginning of the battle, the Soviets stubbornly held their positions. However, due to the heavy losses of soldiers and weapons, they had to retreat. Siegfried's battle squadron recaptured Ploiesti and secured the Third Reich's oil supply. This made Axis powers, which had already lost momentum, appear to have seen a glimmer of hope for a rise. Siegleinde's battle squadron was active in Free French territory, and the entire force, led by an Aryan Superman, penetrated the Allied defensive lines and pushed straight to Paris. 2 days ago, Charles de Gaulle made a public speech on the radio. He said that he would insist on resistance, never retreat, and will liberate France. Despite the official rhetoric, the situation of the Allies wasn't optimistic, and they are losing ground on the battlefield. Luke reckoned it won't be long before the Allies send someone to invite him over. After all, saying a lot of pretty words aren't as effective as taking practical actions. If Berlin's battleship classes continues to advance without any obstacles, London might as well surrender with a white flag. Brigadier General Sir, the composition of those red crystals is very odd and can't be fully analyzed for a while. Although the synthesis process is simple, the yield is low, and the cultivation time is about 6 months. Dr. Zola was respectful, like an intern who reported to his boss. It has the effect of stimulating the body's cells and catalyzing growth, but because the process is relatively straightforward and brutal, it can cause a degree of painful reactions from the subject. For you, General, the effect of Woden's blood is almost negligible. If an ordinary man is a bowl, and a super soldier like Captain Rogers is a barrel, then you are the ocean. The first 2 could widen the amount of water they can carry through external forces, but you don't need it at all. Luke gladly accepted Dr. Zola's praise and felt that this Hydra chief scientist could become a top-notch employee. He speaks well and is efficient. He is a talented person who was worth collecting. However, Brigadier General Sir, I have other findings. Dr. Zola looked up and glanced at him and found Luke's face calm, unable to see any specific emotion. Flattery and compliments wouldn't easily impress the young general, so it was better to show one's ability. Then, Dr. Zola said, after deciphering the ancient document brought by Miss Stephanie and referring to the 3 battleship class in Berlin, I have a bold idea. Perhaps Woden's blood's true purpose isn't to strengthen the body, but to transform cells into a more efficient medium for storing energy. That's why the Aryan Superman in Berlin was able to unleash an amazingly destructive energy attack directly through his eyes. However, due to the low conversion rate of the energy stored in the body cells, the absorption couldn't keep up with the output, and even the battleship class could only last for 8 hours in combat. Luke nodded with a satisfied smile on his lips. Dr. Zola's idea is fascinating and may be the closest to the correct answer. If I want you to improve it a little bit, ignore the strengthening of the human body and focus on increasing the energy conversion rate of the cells in the body. Can you do that? Luke asked in a gentle tone. He had long wanted to develop Superman's heat vision ability, and Woden's blood is just the thing to do it. There's no need to bask in the sun quietly. Sometimes using external force was a good idea. Dr. Zola thought for a moment, then nodded his head and said, no problem. With the help of that ancient document, it isn't tricky to fulfill Luke's request. However, Brigadier General Sir. Hydra's chief scientist hesitated, reminding, Woden's blood stimulates the human body with side effects, it shortens the life cycle, and the more you use the ability, the more it consumes. The ancient brood developed Woden's blood technology to produce war machines. They didn't want to create a new and perfect, superhuman race. Therefore, it's reasonable that it had defects. Don't worry about it, Dr. Zola. Luke didn't have any reaction after hearing that. Although he didn't know how long the Kryptonian's natural lifespan is, he thought it would be no less than that of Asgardians, who often lived over 1,000 years. For humans, a few decades may account for most of their lives. But in the eyes of other races, this may be just a short period. If Kryptonians were determined to survive, they may have lived long after the planet exploded. This thought flashed through Luke's mind. But the idea of this planet beneath the feet was likely the heart of one of the cosmic entities, eternity. An explosion wasn't too realistic. Rogers is a stubborn guy. Accepting the Woden's blood transformation and shortening the life cycle isn't a big problem in Luke's opinion. However, for Captain America, who is a normal human being, it was worse. Luke also especially reminded Rogers before taking part in this project. Unfortunately, the latter didn't choose to back down. I want to see the results as soon as possible. Luke said indifferently as he collected his thoughts. There isn't much time left for him and the Allies. Binge. Get privilege access to 25+ advanced chapters only on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Comment. 41 comments. Vote. Chapter 102, Chapter 099. This is just a basic operation. Bletchley Manor. The temporary headquarters of the Strategic Science Reserve. Carter, wearing a civilian uniform, held 2 telegrams in her hand, and her flat-heeled shoes made clicking sounds on the stairs. As soon as she pushed the door open, she heard Luke lazily say, "Let me guess, the Allies want me to lead an attack, go to Paris to stop Siegline D's advance. I remembered 2 days ago, the Prime Minister calmly said that the Allies could hold up for the time being, so we shouldn't feel too much pressure. The leader of the Strategic Science Reserve sat by the window, with his long legs on the edge of the windowsill and his chair tilting backward to maintain balance. The afternoon sun came in and fell on his body. The whole person seemed to be immersed in warm light, making people who saw it feel calm and drowsy. "Did you hear me talking downstairs?" Carter put away one of the telegrams because Luke guessed it completely. The Allies couldn't hold out in the end and decided to send their own Superman to give the Germans a good show. No one thought that the Third Reich would take the initiative to attack, and it has only been a short time since the truce. General Sangt's speed in rectifying the chaos and stabilizing the situation was somewhat unexpected by the Allied higher-ups. "What about the other one?" The female agent put her hands behind her back as if to prevent Luke from peeking. "The President's praise. After all, the only recent victory for the Allies was when I took out the Berlin tank-class soldier. If I wasn't in London, the President certainly couldn't wait to give me the Major General rank," Luke said with his eyes closed. The Allies urgently needed a victory to inspire people, and even more, needed a powerful soldier to stop the Third Reich's advance. As for the right candidate, there was no doubt that it was the young Brigadier General who is basking in the sun right now. Therefore, the White House felt the need to seriously pull together to avoid the British taking advantage of the situation. "You're right." Carter reacted with surprise. The second telegram was from the White House. "I still have a lot of qualities you don't know about, Peggy." Luke finished his leisure activity in the sun today, stood up, and said, "It's time to see Steve. I hope he could adapt to his transformed body and go to the battlefield with me." After these days of active training, the tank-class soldiers had reached operational standards. The battleship-class Rogers is still being tested and couldn't be confirmed to participate in the battle for the time being. Miss Stephanie said that Rogers adapted quickly. Carter blinked, paused, and asked, "I just talked with Colonel Phillips for a while. He was a little worried about you. Now that the Allies have a new Superman, your position may decline, and you will no longer be valued as before." Luke's eyes flashed, showing no evident emotion. Not mentioning the British Prime Minister and the White House President, they both treated him very well. This was just a particular case during the war. When the curtains fall, and the smoke clears, the title of war hero would be worthless. But Luke was prepared. The military bigwigs he met through Colonel Phillips wouldn't be too far behind in his future success. Besides, he demonstrated enough ability. Getting rid of the futile Brigadier General rank, and gaining an actual powerful position, shouldn't be a problem. Luke had thought it over. When the war is over, the Strategic Science Reserve would be reorganized and put under his hand. This is the predecessor of SHIELD, their future development is unlimited. As for the supermen who came out with serums and injections, Luke never took it seriously. A low success rate of 1 in 5,000, plus the cost of cultivation and the side effects of a shortened life cycle, made it difficult for them to enter the world stage. What the military cared about was always weapons that could be produced in batches. Woden's blood is just like Tony Stark's iron suit, it looks eye-catching, but it was unrealistic to promote. "No one can threaten my position, Peggy." Luke smiled confidently. He will show the Allies that there is still a massive gap between Superman and superhumans challenging to bridge. "All right. It's your style, Luke." Carter shrugged her shoulders, saying, "You can always trust me, General Cavill." In the eyes of many, Luke is simply a legend that constantly created miracles and surprises people. No matter how unbelievable the things that come out of his mouth, people would feel normal. So much so that members of the Strategic Science Reserve had become accustomed to Luke's usual mantra of basic operations, "Don't be surprised," and took it as a classic line, which was often quoted. Now, as long as something unexpected happened, everyone could calmly say it's just basic operations. Outside London, Army camp. Boom! A huge explosion. The blazing white energy formed a ring of light, like a ball of lightning released. A Churchill infantry tank seemed to have been hit by several mines. Even with a solid and thick steel body, it was suddenly thrown to the ground. The flames rose to the sky, followed by an explosion. When the powerful wave dissipated, only a pile of burning wreckage remained. Is this the power of a super soldier after being enhanced once again? Luke, who stood not far away, smiled. He saw Captain America hurl his shield with force, tearing the air out with a sharp roar. The other tank fired a shell that directly flew out. Then, Rogers took a giant leap to catch the descending vibranium shield. With both hands, he abruptly broke the barrel of the tank. Yes, this is the battleship-class soldier. Stephanie, with her hands on her heart, looked at Captain America with a satisfied look and whispered, "I focused on strengthening Captain Rogers' physical fitness and weakening his energy attack, which can improve his survival rate on the battlefield. Even if a naval cannon hit him, he would still have a chance of survival." What about the tank-class soldiers? The corners of Luke's mouth twitched. This was as if they were training Captain America to be a meat shield. The most poisonous hits, the thickest armor sounds like a good fit for Rogers. After all, he was beaten so many times since he was a child and tenaciously survived. Yes, I made them into real tanks. Stephanie pushed her glasses. There weren't as many Supermen on the Allied side as they do in Berlin. Therefore, they could only take the defensive route and hold on as long as possible. Good idea. Luke nodded and walked towards Rogers, who overturned 2 tanks in succession. "How does being a Superman feel like?" he asked with a smile. "I've never been better," Rogers said excitedly. He felt a steady stream of strength in his body, like a flood of water rushing freely. "Well, your pectoral muscles are indeed stronger than ever." Luke couldn't help but glance at it, not that he had some kind of indescribable thought about the American captain. The 2 pectoral muscles were too flashy and eye-catching. "Is that all you noticed?" Rogers was somewhat disappointed. He just overturned 2 tanks. "What else?" "I've been punching tanks and kicking trucks for a long time, haven't I?" "That's nothing new," Luke said solemnly. He patted Captain America on the shoulder, indicating, "You still have a long way to go, little brother." Now, the enemy was only the super soldiers of the Third Reich. The crisis to be dealt with in the future may be alien races, dimensional gods, and cosmic overlords. Those aren't the kind of problems a vibranium shield can solve. "Steve, get ready to fight." Luke looked at the flaming tank wreckage and whispered, "We are going to Paris." Binge. Get privilege access to 25+ advanced chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Comment. 42 comments. Vote. Chapter 103, Chapter 100, Monsters from Berlin landing in Paris. Paris, Place de l'Étoile. With Siegline D as the core of the battle group, they took over the sparsely populated empty city without much effort. Since penetrating the Allied lines, they hadn't encountered any decent resistance. Regular troops, or sporadic resistance forces, were as vulnerable as unarmed children in front of Siegline D. The bazooka rocket launchers of the Allied forces and tank group artillery bombardment didn't play a prominent role. Berlin sent a telegram, an hour later, begun bombing. Under the Arc de Triomphe, the senior officer wearing the Hydra armband shouted. The cold voice echoed through the empty star-shaped square and carried far away. Standing at the top of the Arc de Triomphe, Siegline D looked out at the silent city, frowning, as if puzzled. As early as the 1940s, the Third Reich carried out blitz invasions of several lowland countries in Western Europe. With the roar of tanks and artillery, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg surrendered one after another and became occupied areas. Once the European hegemon, France ultimately gave up its resistance after the German army bypassed the Maginot Line and began to attack the south. As a result, Paris became an undefended city. Like a pitiful naked girl, she was ravaged by the big German man and ravaged wantonly. The French government, which was supposed to organize a last-ditch rebellion, made a surprisingly quick decision to go into exile in Tours, western France. Seeing the politicians sitting on the throne running away, the remaining 2 million Parisians also fled with them. Afterward, the French government claimed that if they continue to resist, they will only cause the unnecessary sacrifice of soldiers and civilians, and Paris, with its long tradition as a civilization, will be flattened and reduced to rubble. To preserve the light of civilization in Paris and the life and property of the French people, they should simply surrender. It was necessary to say that these people were really logical geniuses, and the Allies had simply found a treasure. So, when the torrent of German steel passed through the Place de la Concorde, it met no decent resistance at all. Paris, known as the City of Love, is under the shadow of the Third Reich. You should know that at that time, France was the country with the strongest armed forces. There were tens of thousands of large-caliber guns, over 2 million infantries, and over 3,000 tanks. In the end, no one expected that it took only 40 days for the French to surrender. It lasted 36 days, Greece successfully resisted for 56 days, and Norway lasted almost a few months. In contrast, as the dominant player in Europe, France really looked awful, so much so that it later became a well-known tragedy. Since then, a variety of insulting remarks emerged, gradually forming a trend. For example, no one can take over Paris before France surrenders. The French military salute is to raise your hands above your head. Only diminutive men and women can save France, and so on. I don't understand why the general wants me to take over an uninhabited city. Paris has long fallen, and even though it was taken back by the Allies, it has little value. Under the dense night sky, Siegline D crossed her arms in front of her chest, wondering. She was one of the battleship class created by Berlin. She has long golden hair, considered a trait of Aryan noble bloodline, which falls behind her shoulders in a long braid. She is nearly 2 meters tall, physically fit, strong and powerful, and emitted a strong aura. No one could take her lightly. At Siegline D's heels were the tank-class soldiers in heavy German armor, a total of 34 men. Originally there were 40 men, 6 soldiers were sacrificed against tanks, snipers, and rocket launchers. They were scattered around the Arc de Triomphe, maintaining necessary vigilance. Such a team penetrated the Allied lines in Free France and pushed its way unimpeded to Paris, scaring the Allied top brass. This was the battle plan developed by General Guderian. In another hour, the whole of Paris will be in flames. The senior officer with the Hydra armband, standing under the arch, tilted his head and shouted. The bombing of Paris was an order given by Berlin. This morning, the Third Reich made a threatening public speech to the Allies. The other side claimed that unless the Western Allies withdrew to their own territory and announced their surrender, London and New York will be reduced to rubble, just like Paris. Why do I get the impression that he wants the Allies to put all their forces in Paris? Sieglinde narrowed her eyes and jumped off the Arc de Triomphe. Falling from a height of 50 meters to the ground did not affect this female battleship-class soldier. With a slight bend in her legs, she removed the force of her fall and walked up to the senior officer. Tell me, what kind of surprise did Hydra prepare for the Allies? Sieglinde looked at the senior officer who came to supervise the war. She was a head taller than the other, and she spoke with a condescending tone. You don't need to know, Miss Claudia. The senior officer called Sieglinde by her real name and whispered, You are a weapon of the Third Reich. Your only task is to execute orders and obey. My name is Sieglinde. This battleship-class female soldier raised her eyebrows. The blonde hair hanging down to her waist fluttered suddenly. That's the character in the opera. The reason why General Sangt gives you such a name is just. Before the senior Hydra officer could finish speaking, Sieglinde quickly extended her right hand and grabbed her opponent directly by the neck. She lifted the guy as if she was lifting a chicken. To her, the human body is as fragile as a piece of paper, which could be crumpled at any time. I am Sieglinde, the Valkyrie of the Empire. This is the honor bestowed upon me by the general. And, what I ask, you answer. Don't talk too much. This isn't Berlin. It's prevalent for soldiers to die on the battlefield. Sieglinde's lips pursed, and a cold smile escaped. The wispy white energy around her body resembled curved arcs of electricity that kept jumping. If she wanted to, she could turn this self-righteous coward into a pile of charcoal in just a few moments. General Sangt decided to put the final battlefield in Paris to attract the attention of Allies, forcing the Allies to counterattack by sending their underdeveloped supermen. The senior officer wearing the Hydra armband isn't some stubborn, weak-minded person. After being threatened with words by Sieglinde, he told her what he knew. Who told him to see it with his own eyes? This battleship-class female soldier blasted a tank into scrap metal. Countless Allied soldiers have died at the hands of the other party, and there's no need to become one of those poor souls. The final battlefield means that the Superman of the Allied countries may come. Sieglinde loosened her palm and ignored the senior Hydra officer, who was shivering with fear. All three battleship classes are very interested in the Allied Superman, a legendary war hero by Roosevelt and Churchill. If they could wring the other side's head, it will undoubtedly bring a devastating blow to the Allies' morale. Do I want this credit? Sieglinde thought so. She and Siegmund were unhappy that only Siegfried was honored by the Führer. General Sangt was busy stabilizing the situation in Berlin and completely ignored this problem. The so-called Aryan supermen were no different from other soldiers. They also need to be recognized. They need a medal that symbolizes honor, not just as a propaganda object for the Axis powers. I wish the Allied Superman would come sooner so that I could get an Iron Cross. Spare that bastard Siegfried from showing off his Knight's Cross awarded by the deceased. Sieglinde's thoughts diverged, and she quietly waited for the bombing. 40 minutes later, she suddenly raised her head, her eyes condensed a little and looked into the distance. In the night sky, where the stars and moon are dim, there seem to be several transport planes flying over. Vaguely, one can see that it was the flag of the Allies. Binge. Get privilege access to 25 plus advanced chapters on Patreon. 2ch/d. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Comment. 33 comments. Vote. Chapter 104, Chapter 101 about Luke not being human. The transport plane lowered their altitude, and the soldiers with parachute packs on their backs dropped down like dumplings. A moment later, tiny flowers bloomed in the night sky. The Allied aircraft didn't dare to come too close to the Place de l'Étoile. The Aryan Supermen of the Third Reich had already proved their ground-to-air combat capability with countless scrapped bombers. Steve, beware of possible tank-class soldiers. Luke landed near Champs-Élysées, a famous spot in Paris, a latter-generation shopping destination where luxury stores and high-end restaurants were located. However, there's only a mess now. After the fall of Paris, flags of the Third Reich were hung on both sides of the street, and there were notices for recruiting reserve troops. According to the Strategic Science Reserve Intelligence, there were only Siegline D and about 30 tank-class soldiers in Paris. Rogers wore a star-spangled banner uniform and a metal helmet similar to that of a pilot, with a round shield behind his back. Next to him were fierce men in full military armor, with a strong presence. The tank class of the Allied side had a total of 28 people. With Luke, whose strength is still unclear, and Rogers of the battleship class. This time, it could be said that they would fight to get rid of Siegline D and cut off a powerful arm of the Third Reich. Don't blindly trust Allied intelligence. Don't forget, Dr. Erskine died at the military base in Brooklyn. In terms of infiltration, undercover, and assassination, the Strategic Science Reserve has never been a match for Hydra. Luke smiled with a hint of vigilance in his eyes and whispered, "Why did Berlin capture Paris again? The strategic value of this city is very ordinary. Instead of sending an Aryan Superman deep into the hinterland, it was better to let Siegline D wander around and destroy the Allied defense lines. Guderian is the Imperial Eagle of the Third Reich. He won't do meaningless things." Allied command also agreed with this point, and they feel that Berlin must be planning a terrible scheme. Rogers scratched his head, his face looked puzzled. Perhaps because of the Woden's blood transformation, Captain America has added all of his attribute points to strength this time. Still, his command ability and leadership qualities have been significantly weakened. The destination was the Arc de Triomphe at the Place de l'Étoile. 6 people in a team move swiftly. Luke didn't say much about the Aryan Supermen of the Third Reich, which the Allies knew little of. Stephanie provided most of the information held by the Strategic Science Reserve. They only knew that tank-class soldiers are invulnerable to guns and swords, but their weakness lies in their weak eyes. For the battleship-class soldiers, they had to dispatch naval cannons or even use a wide area of gunfire to really hurt them. Other aspects of the data, such as strength, speed, reaction ability, and so on, were blank. Even with Rogers as a reference, it was difficult for the Allies to make a clear, concise, and practical operational plan. Therefore, the British Prime Minister and the President in the White House could only pin their hopes on Luke. Pray that this Allied Superman can once again create a miracle and save the world. We are inferior to the Germans in number, so remember not to spread out, keep the formation and advance steadily. Before leaving, Luke seriously said, "If you meet Siegline D, evacuate quickly and leave her to Steve and me. A tank-class soldier is like a newborn baby in front of her." This is Miss Stephanie's own words. Those sturdy tank-class Allied soldiers nodded their heads one after another. This unit, codenamed Colossus, is led directly by Luke. After a few days of friendly exchanges, these strong men have sincerely respected the young brigadier general in front of them. After all, not everyone could afford the other person's persuasive way of reasoning with your fist. Allied Superman vs. Sieglinde is really a good show. A few blocks away, Baron Strucker was watching the Arc de Triomphe with a Goertz telescope. Behind him stood a man wearing a strange mask, who said in a harsh voice, "I still don't understand why you're so attached to Luke Cavill. What's so special about him?" "Of course, you wouldn't understand, Zemo." Baron Strucker took his eyes away from the telescope, turned around, and said, "I absorbed part of Red Skull's influence and learned a more profound secret about Hydra. He is Dr. Erskine's serum creation, the first-generation super soldier. Steve Rogers and Luke Cavill are the second generations. But don't you find it strange that the same serum had created 3 different super soldiers?" The man called Zemo was lost in thought and didn't say anything. He was not the one who caused the Avengers to engage in a civil war in the future. The name Baron Zemo was passed down from generation to generation, not explicitly referring to a single person. The first-generation Baron appeared in front of Baron Strucker, whose real name was Heinrich Zemo, was a staunch fan of the Third Reich and later joined Hydra. I suspect that Abraham Erskine had hidden other technical aspects. You know, he was also a member of the Arnab Institute. The name and history of Hydra came from that place. Baron Strucker narrowed his eyes and analyzed them carefully. Many people think that Red Skull is the leader of Hydra. He just inherited one of the forces. I and Madam Viper, who is active in the Pacific battlefield, are not as flashy as Red Skull, preferring to hide behind the scenes. So, we allowed him to stand center stage. The first generation Zemo nodded. The history of the Hydra, this is longer than others think, specifically back to the Mayan civilization. The Arnab Institute has initially been a unique institution created by the Pharaoh to satisfy his own longing for occultism and specialized in searching for historical relics related to myths. Like the Lance of Longinus and Woden's blood transformation technology from ancient Egypt, they were all unintentional gains. Dr. Erskine, who betrayed the Third Reich and took refuge in the Allies, was once a member of the Arnab Institute. He was also involved in the excavation of Hydra. With this in mind, Zemo frowned and asked, "What do you think he's hiding?" "Inhuman. I especially investigated Luke Cavill. He is mighty, far beyond the realm of super soldiers." Baron Strucker's eyes twitched a little, and he spoke with certainty. "Do you remember the history of Hydra? We're bringing back the banished god. I suspect that Luke Cavill has alien blood, otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why Erskine chose him. Before that, he and Steve Rogers were just 2 ordinary people in Brooklyn." Baron Strucker really has a brilliant mind and could link Inhuman and Luke together. If Luke knew this guess, he wouldn't want to laugh out loud. "So, you want to use General Sankt's power and Orion Supermen to control Luke Cavill, and then sacrifice him to the god of the Inhumans, as a sacrifice for the Project Distant Star." The first generation Zemo was worthy of being a high-ranking member of the Hydra and quickly smoothed out Baron Strucker's thoughts. The so-called Project Distant Star is an offering sent to the banished Inhuman at regular intervals. The object used is the monolith excavated by the Arnab Institute. No one knows where the other end of the portal leads to. However, what is certain is that the Inhuman god who once almost ruled this planet is waiting to be welcomed back on the other side of the portal. It's a perfect idea. Zemo applauded. However, what if Luke Cavill is not of inhuman blood, or Sieglinde isn't his match? Baron Strucker, smiling like the mastermind behind a sure victory, said, "It doesn't matter, I'm just helping the Third Reich to clear the hurdles while verifying my suspicions. You think there's only one battleship class in Paris? There are two more powerful Aryan supermen like Sieglinde. They're on their way." Binge. Weekly mass release. 300 power stones, 1 extra chapter. Comment. 45 comments. Vote. Chapter 105, Chapter 102 dealing with Axis powers, no need to talk about righteousness. Boom. The distortion halo, like electric light, poured out on the tank-class soldiers wearing Allied uniforms. The latter's shoulder looked like it had been hit by a cannonball, tearing off a large piece of flesh and blood, and the white stubble of the bone was exposed, which was particularly shocking. However, this tank-class Allied soldier didn't fall. Instead, he ran into the enemy like a bull in desperation. Dong. The two figures rolled into a ball and grappled with each other. Compared with the tank class of the Third Reich, Allied soldiers are more thick-skinned and can withstand the opponent's output. He clutched his enemy's waist as hard as he could, and his companion rushed up, snagging firmly on the neck and twisting hard. As if picking fruit from a tree, the fragile neck bone was snapped off, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The sturdy body fell to the ground with a thud. This fierce battle began 5 minutes ago. Sieglinde's battle group, in teams of 3, and Allied soldiers in teams of 6, met on the street that they had to pass before they could reach the Arc de Triomphe. Unexpected encounter, an instant outbreak. The Allied side reinforced their soldiers towards heavy combatants. They are focusing on reforming the body and strengthening their defense. Accordingly, their distortion halo is weakened, and the lethality was reduced. The tank-class soldiers made by the Third Empire are a bit more comprehensive. They had more time to master their own abilities, and their overall combat power is higher than that of the Allied side. That's why Luke arranged a team of 6 people to avoid fighting alone as much as possible. Boom, boom, boom. A loud explosion sounded. Seeing the compatriots killed, the remaining 2 tank-class soldiers combined their efforts to send a wave of dazzling light that enveloped the entire street. The strong airflow was like a rolling hurricane that blew down all the street lamps. The terrifying energy was like a flood of light that poured out of the sky in a flash. The Allied soldiers who just broke the enemy's neck couldn't escape being caught in it. No matter how thick-skinned he is, his defensive power is impressive, but he couldn't stop this kind of fierce attack. In a few moments, the whole person was stripped of flesh and skin by the high temperature, leaving only a charred black skeleton. Fall back. The leader of the 6-man team quickly dodged backward to avoid being hit. Their strength is their numbers and defensive power, and they can fight the Third Empire's tank class in a battle of attrition. Once you fall into the disadvantage of a distortion halo bombardment, you have to retreat in time. This was Luke's plan. In his words, there is no need for rules when dealing with Nazis. Everyone should work together. However, when the situation turns bad, you should know how to retreat strategically, not just mindlessly charge. Let me help. Before the Allied team, which lost 1 person, exited the street, a tall figure in the Star-Spangled Banner uniforms appeared behind them. Follow me. Rogers held the vibranium shield in front of him and strode forward like a Spartan warrior guarding the mountain pass. The powerful distortion halos poured down on the round shield like a tidal wave, but it didn't cause the slightest damage. Luke is correct. As long as I raise my shield, the enemy's attack will focus on one point and won't attack any other vital issues on my body. Rogers broke through the combined power of two tank-class soldiers and forced his way in front of them with a single dash. The metal shield drew an arc, just like swinging a powerful downward hook to fly the enemy in front of it. Later, Rogers followed up with a dragon crash kick and kicked the German soldier who hadn't reacted yet. The other's abdomen contracted, bent like lobster, and their bodies rolled and smashed into a glass window on the side of the street. Don't scatter, go to the next street and join the others. Easily defeating the two enemies, Rogers turned around and said so. The tactics they adopted were to form an encirclement in groups of 6 and advance towards the Arc de Triomphe. The Allied soldiers nodded and withdrew from the streets in an orderly manner. Another enemy is coming, someone warned. Not far away, 3 figures in German uniforms came quickly. I can handle it. Rogers grinned and clenched the vibranium shield with his right hand. Explosive energy erupted from both eyes. I don't know how Steve's side is doing, but I hope he doesn't run into Sieglinde. That German bitch isn't to be messed with. Luke was walking along the wide street leading to the Place de l'Étoile. He was eager to see how strong the battleship-class soldiers could be. He didn't team up with other Allied soldiers and walked alone. It's just that Captain America, who could stand up to Sieglinde, wandered around to solve those tank-class German soldiers and form a complete encirclement. According to the intelligence of the Strategic Science Reserve, Sieglinde is the only battleship class in Paris. If numbers surround Sieglinde, Rogers may get rid of the other party. This was Allied Command's plan. In their eyes, Luke served more of a command role. It isn't very realistic to battle a battleship class head-on. I'm being approached voluntarily. Suddenly, Luke stopped in his tracks, and a strong sense of wariness rose in his eyes. He heard a strong heartbeat, like a drum roll. Sieglinde. At the end of the street, a vigorous figure appeared under the night sky. The well-fitted German uniform outlined the exaggerated lines of a woman. The golden hair braids windlessly moved as if free from gravity. The Allied Superman. Sieglinde's voice was slightly hoarse, and her sharp gaze pierced Luke as if to see through the man. I thought you would be older than this Boy Scout appearance. A guy named Julian told me something similar, and then he died. Luke's mouth curled. He didn't look nervous at all. He felt a vigorous and robust vitality from Sieglinde, like a flaming fireball, releasing great light. She's a worthy opponent. I'm not a rude man who likes to hit women, but there's no need to pay attention to such things on the battlefield, right? Luke seemed to build up his strength, taking each step slowly but powerfully. The solid ground slightly vibrated, opening fine cracks like cobwebs. I only hope you don't cry like a woman, Brigadier General. Sieglinde's eyes were slightly heated, and a bright white light filled them. Like a ball of lightning, the distortion halo burst out and blasted toward Luke, who was coming towards her. The latter didn't choose to resist and dodged the attack with a sidestep. The terrifying energy poured into the street, forming an explosive and powerful wave that turned into a fierce gale. It's about the lethality of a rocket, and it won't do me any harm. Luke judged roughly, and his thoughts moved slightly to where the suit. Then, with a heavy stomp, his body slammed into Sieglinde, who was in a cool down after her attack. The incredible speed made the dark red cloak rattle and turned into a streak of shadow. Luke's right hand clenched into a fist, his muscles twisted into a ball, making a subtle explosion-like sound. Heavy enough to punch through a tank, Sieglinde's pretty face is smashed mercilessly. Great strength. I like muscular men. Sieglinde caught Luke's moving trajectory, and instead of choosing to defend like the tank-class Julian, she opened her palm and clutched the heavy fist that came down. Dong! The sound of metal clashing with force. The incredible power was like a cannonball, and all of it was bombarded into Sieglinde's palm. Her body shook violently, and the German uniform wrapped around her arm was torn apart and scattered into flying debris. The ground on which both legs were based collapsed down. A cloud of dust rose, forming a thick smoke screen. It's my turn. Sieglinde's lip bled at the corner. Blocking the punch wasn't easy. However, this female battleship-class soldier didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. Instead, she took the initiative to attack. A powerful knee strike connects, like a loaded bullet, fast and violent. That was close. Luke's eyes froze. As if anticipating it, he subconsciously blocked downward. His arm was jolted numb. He was in no mood to show mercy to the woman. He turned around and grabbed Sieglinde's wrist, twisted his body, and slammed his opponent to the ground with an over-the-shoulder slam. Boom! The concrete blocks spattered like a rainstorm. Sieglinde was embedded deep into the road, stamping out a human silhouette. Comment. 23 comments. Vote. Chapter 106, Chapter 103 Combat Skill, Terrifying Horse. What strength! What a keen sense of combat! Sieglinde had this idea in her head. She occasionally competed with the two other battleship classes and had never suffered a loss in combat techniques. However, when facing Luke, she was a bit frazzled. Not only because the opponent's power was strong, but more importantly, the allied Superman seemed to be able to anticipate her attacks. Deathstroke's Master Assassin skill is relatively easy to use. Luke looked down at Sieglinde, who was lying in a large, human-shaped pit and didn't intend to say anything more, and lifted his foot and stomped down heavily. As he said before, there's no gender distinction on the battlefield, and taking pity on the enemy is tantamount to murdering himself and his teammates. Boom! 1 foot down. Sieglinde crossed her arms and held them in front of her chest. The heavy force was like a steel war hammer, breaking both arms with a bang. The pain was so intense that it went straight to her brain. Sieglinde's face distorted, and her eyes were filled with hot energy. She looked at Luke, looking down at her from above. And the distortion halo around her jumped and shot away. As if triggering a chain reaction, the terrifying energy poured out. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Like a large number of explosives detonated, waves of air surged, hurricanes rolled, the entire street was plunged into an explosion. Smoke raised, bricks and stones flying, the concrete floor seems to have been plowed by bombers, full of broken potholes of different sizes. Not bad for a battleship class. Luke is inevitably affected. Even though he is equipped with the Master Assassin skill card and had an excellent combat sense of detecting danger and anticipating the enemy, there's still nothing he could do in the face of a broad-range distortion halo attack. It was like he was in a violent whirlpool, the blast forming shock waves, repeatedly crashing over and tearing at his body. There's still some pain. Luke, who pulled back and broke free, touched a gash on the right side of his cheek. His supervision pierced through the smoke screen and looked at Sieglinde, who struggled to get up. This female battleship-class soldier was unable to move her two arms. Her German uniform became ragged, revealing some snow-white skin. She looked at Luke, who was unharmed, with a severe look in her eyes. I heard that you were just a super soldier. Sieglinde coughed a few times. The blood turned her lips scarlet. But you are better than any Aryan Superman I've ever seen. It's incredible. Luke accepted the compliment unceremoniously and smiled. Isn't it a little late to realize this fact now? Sieglinde, as a battleship-class soldier, is indeed strong. She is incredibly close to his current self regarding strength, speed, and will to fight. Unfortunately, to ensure victory in the battle, Luke used Deathstroke's Master Assassin's skill card in advance. Superman's card, combined with Deathstroke's fighting ability, plays a role that's not as simple as 1 + 1 is more significant than 2. No, it's not too late. Sieglinde's voice was a little hoarse. The full release of her distortion halo had caused her to fall into an early state of fatigue. Suppose she can't get rid of the allied Superman in front of her as soon as possible. Getting the chance to turn the tide again would be more challenging. I used to despise those guys from Hydra. They only hide in the dark corners and are always ready to pull their dirty tricks. However, this time I have to admit that they are far-sighted. Sieglinde stepped back and looked up at the dark night sky. In the distant sky, German bombers roared. If I bury you with me, there will be no more obstacles to the Third Reich's advance. That's the bomber fleet. Rogers, who led the Allied soldiers and gradually cleared the tank-class soldiers of the Third Reich, suddenly raised his head. He saw dozens of bombers forming a classic dense formation and swooping down. It's the Stuka bombers. The Whistling Death. A shocked Allied soldier said. They are all meat shield-type reinforced models, lacking long-range attack means. Moreover, the tank class itself is hardly a serious threat to the highly maneuverable bombers. Unless there's a battleship class, they had a wide range of strikes and were able to execute precise point-blank fire from the ground. Like Sieglinde and Siegmund, they are best known for destroying Allied air units. Captain Rogers. We're counting on you. Everyone's eyes turned to Captain America. He was the only battleship class. I'll try. Rogers took a deep breath. He had no experience in dealing with bombers. This is the first time. His eyes glowed with incandescent light. Two balls of lightning-like energy formed, like a long-stored cannonball discharging. The Stuka bomber group that whistled past seemed to anticipate it and pulled up to avoid Rogers' airstrikes from the ground. The two energy balls abruptly fell short of their targets and collided with each other. The powerful airflow almost overturned a bomber. No, we have to find a high point. Rogers isn't as good as the Third Empire's battleship class, which could release distortion halo attacks at will, making it hard even to threaten the bombers. He thought of the Eiffel Tower standing in the Champ de Mars, the landmark building of Paris. Standing on it to shoot planes would be most effective. Boom, boom, boom. As Stuka bombers swooped down, deafening explosions kept ringing. Rogers asked the Allied soldiers to find their own shelters while running towards the Eiffel Tower in Champ de Mars. I wonder how Luke is doing over there. Before that, there was an explosion from a block not far away, probably from Luke and the Third Reich's battleship class Sieglinde. Rogers never doubted the strength of his friend. But he didn't expect the Germans to send, not only an Aryan Superman but also bombers to flatten Paris. He didn't know what went wrong, but the Strategic Science Reserve had a false intelligence. Arguably, the bombers of the Third Reich couldn't have been hidden from the Allied forces and suddenly appeared here. Baron Strucker, you're really well prepared. Seeing the bombers hovering over Paris, Zemo touted, what the Fuhrer failed to do, you have now done. The head of the Third Reich had the idea of bombing Paris before being backstabbed by General Sankt. He had personally ordered General Dietrich von Choltitz stationed there to destroy the city and fight to the last man and die for Germany. Perhaps after staying in Paris for a long time, he was tainted with the French culture. Choltitz, who is known as the Iron General, didn't obey the Fuhrer's instructions to destroy Paris and chose to surrender, thus avoiding the fate of this romantic city being burned to the ground. Against even the weakest enemy, we must use all our strength. Besides, the Allied Superman isn't weak. Even Sieglein D is no match for him. Baron Strucker said seriously. But this confirms my judgment. Luke Cavill is by no means an ordinary super soldier. Maybe there is inhuman blood flowing in his body. Initially Baron Strucker also suspected that Luke might be a mutant. However, considering the others' feud with Sebastian Shaw and his ruthless attitude towards mutants, this guess was quickly rejected by Baron Strucker. It's the time of World War II, and superpowers were a rare thing. The Allies probably only saw Luke as an enhanced super soldier. But Baron Strucker, who knew the existence of inhumans and mutants in this world, couldn't help but think of other places. He thought that there must be something special about Luke. The blood passed down by different gods could possess many incredible abilities after being activated by Terrigen crystals. Luke's strength, speed, recovery ability, and so on, aren't at the level that normal human beings could achieve. The two clues are linked together, and the final answer is ready to be revealed. Will Project Distant Star, which Hydra has insisted on for so long, finally be completed in my hands? Baron Strucker, who thinks he knew the truth, couldn't help but feel an excited little inside. It was as if he had already seen the future scene in which he would receive eternal life from the inhuman god. At that time, not to mention the Allied forces, even if the entire world united, they couldn't resist the inhuman domination of the planet. What's that? The first generation's MO's surprised voice interrupted Baron Strucker's fantastic fantasy. Zemo, you have to be stable, everything is under our control. He snarled, picked up the telescope, and looked in the direction pointed by the other party. He saw a green light passing in the night sky. A vague figure sat on it, soaring under the sky. Is that a horse? Baron Strucker's jaw dropped. The Allied Superman summoned an emerald green horse with 2 wings on its back. And it could also fly in the air. This was also an ability from the inhuman bloodline. This leader of the Hydra had many questions. Get privilege access to 25+ chapters in advance and exclusive trial read of next book on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Liked our translations? Tip our translator. Visit paypal.me/randomalex. Comment. 43 comments. Vote. Chapter 107, Chapter 104 players are in place, and the game begins. Get privilege access to 25+ chapters in advance and exclusive trial read of next book on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Liked our translations? Tip our translator. Visit paypal.me/randomalex. Although it's said that the spectrum of emotions is only available in the studio next door, the thoughts and emotions of living beings could more or less stimulate the vital energy of the Green Lantern. Luke, who swallowed the Green Lantern Corp's disc, harnessed a little bit of willpower, and the emerald green light erupted like an invisible pen, outlining a heavenly horse with 2 wings on its back. Sieglein D, who was preparing for the bombing, looked shocked. Her brain briefly fell into a state of blankness. What the hell is this? Where did that illusory, shadow-like, emerald green glowing horse emerge from? We'll fight later. I'm going to take care of some trouble first. Luke, like the Norse god, Odin, the All-Father who controlled the eight-legged horse, Sleipnir took off into the sky in an instant and flew towards the bombers that swept over Paris. The so-called Green Lantern Corps disc is a one-time substitute for the power ring, which didn't need the lamp to charge. It was mainly for emergencies. Its usage time is short and will be scrapped automatically when the energy is consumed clean. It's a unique item of the Green Lantern Corps. There is something wrong with the intelligence from the Strategic Science Reserve, not even knowing about the bombing by the Third Reich. Maybe, Hydra is up to something again. Luke, riding on a Pegasus, ablaze with the light of willpower, chased a Stuka bomber under the night sky. The green glow of willpower wrapped around his body, freeing him from the gravitational pull of the Earth. Good heavens! Sir, why didn't you tell me we were going to fight this monster before we left? The pilot of the Stuka bomber quickly told the gunner to fire the 7.92mm MG-17 machine gun. The long tongues of fire spewed out and struck Luke's body. Having the Kryptonian suit absorbs most of the kinetic energy. This damage was like scratching an itch for him. Boom! A punch swung out. The metal structure of the flat wing was broken. Like a bird with broken wings, the bomber screamed sharply and fell toward the earth. Next one. Luke stopped and turned around skillfully, like a predator. He flew toward the poor, weak, and helpless bombers. Boom! 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 Clouds of dazzling fireworks, blooming in the night sky. Baron Strucker, who was full of ambition, saw this scene through the telescope. He was livid and speechless with anger. He didn't know how much time it took to get General Sangt to allow Hydra to mobilize a fleet of Stuka bombers. As a result, it was scrapped in less than a few minutes. Are Siegfried and Siegmund here yet? Baron Strucker turned around and asked in a gloomy tone. To deceive the Allies' eyes, they left the front line yesterday and headed for Paris. Counting the time, they should be entering the city. The first generation Zemo bowed his head and replied. He wisely didn't ask why Luke could create a Pegasus and didn't mention that the Allied Superman punched a bomber and turned over the whole fleet. Let's withdraw. Baron Strucker pondered for a long while and made a decision. He was hiding in an unknown corner, watching the opponent fall into his own carefully designed terrible trap, exhausted all efforts and couldn't break free, and finally wait in despair for death. This was a rather fulfilling thing for him. But now, Baron Strucker had lost this mood and his original sense of security. He was afraid that Luke would overturn the roof in the next second and appear inside the room, using that righteous iron fist he used to blow up the bomber to give himself an unforgettable lesson. Intense fears have taken root like seeds that were hard to eradicate. It doesn't matter if General Sangt's 3 battleship classes can successfully defeat Luke Cavill, it's none of our business anyway. Baron Strucker saw Zemo's puzzled eyes and deliberately explained, there's a saying in the East, intelligent people don't stand under a wall that's about to collapse. They know how to stay away from danger. Now, Paris is very dangerous. It's no longer a place where you can watch the excitement. General Sangt has already given my soldiers the Woden's blood body transformation. He and the Third Reich are no longer helpful. To be on the safe side, let's leave first. Zemo was a little stunned. Didn't he say that he wanted to capture Luke Cavill, sacrifice him to the Inhuman God and finish Project Distant Star? This hasn't even started yet. A green light wrapped around his body, like a human torch. Luke strained his ears and heard the sound of a plane engine starting a few blocks away. He wanted to fly over and take a look. But unfortunately, just like Ultraman, whose energy was about to run out, the original willpower color flickered, a sign that the Green Lantern Corps disc was about to expire. I have to land first. Luke scanned the city with his supervision, and his sharp eyes caught sight of a brightly shining bald head and a sneaky figure wearing a mask. Hydra, it's them. He recognized one of them, Baron Strucker, the man who took Bucky from Klausenberg. He silently noted this. When the third reek is finished, he'll go after him again. Locked in on Siegline D's position, Luke manipulated what little energy he had left and landed on the ground. Miss, if you are willing to turn your back on the dark and join the Allies to help you resist the dictatorship and tyranny of the Third Reich, I believe that the top Allied leaders will understand your difficulties and accept your defection. Luke had just stood firm when the green light of willpower that enveloped his body disappeared. He looked at Siegline D, who was a battleship class with unique recovery ability. He only left for a few minutes, and the two broken arms had healed in succession. Brigadier General, your strength has won my respect. If you can throw yourself into the embrace of the Third Reich, General Sankt will surely give you a generous reward. Siegline D said sincerely. I am already the youngest Brigadier General of the Allies, and I may be promoted to Major General after the war. Maybe in a few years, I'll be able to assume the position of Secretary of Defense and then enter the White House. Tell me, what bargaining chip can General Sankt give? The Third Reich can't even protect itself. Luke was unmoved. Berlin could only write one blank check after another. Other than that, there's nothing to give him. It's a pity. General, it would be nice if you were German. A man as strong and powerful as you, in combination with me, will be able to breed perfect genes beyond battleship class. Siegline D was outspoken. Her blue eyes looked straight at Luke. After the fierce battle earlier, the German uniform could only wrap around the vitals, and a large part of her skin was exposed to the air. TSK. A bad woman who craves my body. Luke's eyes didn't even squint, showing a righteous face. Hey, Claudia, I'm much taller than this guy. Are you sure you don't want to consider me? A German soldier with black hair walked out of the house reduced to ruins in the bombing. He is 2 meters tall, like a human statue cast in steel, and his gestures were full of vitality and strength. He also carried a bloody head in his right hand that used to be a tank-class Allied soldier. Shut up. I told you, call me Siegline D. You bastard. Siegline D said in an unpleasant tone. Siegmund, don't underestimate this would-be Major General, he deserves to be called Superman more than the inferior ones. If we fight alone, any one of us may not be his opponent. 2 Orion Supermen, one in front of the other, blocked Luke's way, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Well, the guy is quite good at fighting planes, destroying a fleet of bombers with his bare hands. However, as General Sankt said, I am the battleship class with the strongest potential. The real Aryan Superman. Another figure came. Blonde, blue-eyed, with robust facial features, wearing the same German uniform as Siegline D, the man looked at Luke with a hint of excitement and seemed eager to start the battle between Supermen. Siegfried, you egomaniac idiot. This isn't your one-man show. Siegline D covered her face, knowing full well what would happen if she belittled Luke. The young brigadier general of the Allied side will never give the enemy a chance to breathe once he gets the upper hand. I said, "Guys, are you done talking?" Luke moved his muscles a bit, and with the effect of master assassin skill still in development, he quickly entered the combat state. The sharp eyes swept over the 3 battleship classes and finally rested on Siegmund, who was carrying the head of the Allied soldier. Now that the players are in place, the game begins. The slightly unkind words fell, Luke stomped on the ground, and the strength in his body surged like the tide. The tall and straight figure turned into a blur. It was wrapped in raging air current, like a sports car that sped up instantly and closed in on Siegmund in an instant. Comment. 40 comments. Vote. Chapter 108, Chapter 105. The first tool used, Deathstroke. Get privilege access to 25 plus chapters in advance and exclusive trial read of next book, and at least 2 daily chapters, only on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/bingetranslations. Liked our translations? Tip our translator. Visit paypal.me/randomalex. Speed and strength, not bad. Feeling the strong air coming from the front, Siegmund threw away the head in his hand and showed a cold smile. His palms clenched so hard that the muscle fibers looked like twisted steel wires. Under the terrifying force, his whole skeleton made cracking sounds. A fist shot out, like a heavy cannon. Luke, who also made his fist swing, had a sudden change in his sharp eyes. At this time, he had the battle sense and melee ability of Deathstroke, the most remarkable tactician and assassin in the studio next door. As a mortal, he had repeatedly singled out the Justice League and Teen Titans world's top mercenary. Plundering life was as natural as breathing for the Deathstroke, and his accumulated combat experience was extremely rich. Up from the superheroes down to the villainous villains. They were likely to appear on his solve list. As long as you give enough money, there was no head that Deathstroke couldn't cut off, so says the advertisement released to the public. He still had several failures. In any case, as Deadpool's first cousin, Deathstroke's martial arts skills were considered at the peak level of human beings. In comparison, it was possible that Lady Shiva, her 2 senior martial brothers, and her daughter could be challengers. The close-quarters combat skills of such a powerful being accumulated through countless slayings. How terrifying would it be? Luke quickly answered. He tilted his head, avoiding the heavy artillery-like uppercut with precision. Strong airflow hit his face, blowing the short black hair. Luke didn't change his expression. He seemed to know that the guy couldn't hit himself with this punch. While Siegmund closed his fist, he hugged his opponent's neck with both hands and pushed forward hard. His knees suddenly went up and slammed into his abdomen. The series of actions were crisp and agile as if they had been done countless times. The rich experience from Deathstroke told him that the nerve sensitivity around the abdominal cavity filled with many organs was extremely high. As long as he struck here, he could immediately cause severe abdominal pain, making it difficult for the enemy to breathe, causing muscle spasms, and quickly losing the ability to fight. The fact is just as Luke expected. Even though Siegmund is a battleship class with outstanding physical qualities, he is still a human being. Poof! The powerful knee strike caused Siegmund to spit out a mouthful of blood. He felt his abdomen turn upside down, his organs stirred into a mess, and his breath choked. That hurts. Siegmund leaned forward, bowing into a giant lobster, almost kneeling. In one look, he was crushed by Luke's display of combat sense. Not done yet. A deep voice from above rang in Siegmund's ear. The hands that were tightly wrapped around his neck pressed down heavily. The fragile neck bone made a crack sound, and the pain, like pins and needles, rushed to his brain. The whole person fell. Boom! Siegmund's muscular body, like a cannonball, smashed into the hard concrete floor. The arrogant face was in direct contact with the dirt. The blood flowed freely from his nose, and in a short time, his whole face was covered with blood. In less than 20 seconds, this battleship class came to a miserable end. Asshole! I'm going to twist off. Siegmund was furious, like a roaring bear. He was about to turn over and climb up when Luke kicked him back. I didn't say you could stand up yet. There's a strong sense of insult in his playful tone. Siegmund, who was unilaterally mocked, almost went crazy. He braced his hands on the ground, his bulging muscles swelling through the German uniform. With a jerk, he forced off the foot on his back. Those eyes, filled with anger, were full of blazing energy. A ball of lightning like high-temperature aura was about to erupt. Die! Before Siegmund could do anything, a hand as strong as an iron pincer was pressed against his face. It was like a sledgehammer hitting the battleship class in the face, breaking his nose, and making it bleed. The uncontrolled and terrifying energy poured out directly from between Luke's fingers, like a dazzling arc of lightning that struck his palm. For a while, the zizzy sound of electricity was incessant. I said, I didn't say you could stand up. Don't you understand? Luke's voice sounded faint, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. Even if the palm of his hand were attacked by Siegmund's distortion halo, it would burn into charcoal. The terrifying high temperature, coupled with the destructive light ball that can bombard a tank, quickly stripped away the surface skin, and the blood that gushed out was evaporated, exposing the white stubble of bones. Such a shockingly serious injury on Luke, as if not worth mentioning. It didn't even qualify in making him frown. The palm of his hand, which was almost wasted, was still holding Siegmund's head like a basketball. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't escape. After a few breaths, the charred flesh of the right hand began to wriggle, and the necrotic skin grew back. Although the healing process isn't fast, it's safe to assume that Luke's palm will be back to its original state in about 10 minutes or so. This guy doesn't feel pain. Siegfried, the arrogant blonde guy, felt chills. Although they were Aryan supermen, they had experienced the intense pain of human transformation. They must have solid nerves and a strong will. But it's also challenging to be like Luke, frontally withstand a shot of distortion halo and still be indifferent to the point of apathy. The young brigadier general of the Allied side didn't even raise an eyebrow, his eyes remained calm as always. I certainly felt it. Luke lifted his right hand and firmly grabbed Siegmund's entire head, and slammed him into a wall like he was throwing garbage. As if he had seen through Siegfried's idea, he said to himself, the blood and flesh writhing, the sharp pain that pulls at the nerves, and the itch that grows in the skin, like 1,000 ants crawling around, makes you want to scratch. The feeling of it all was so clear that I couldn't ignore it, but it was as if I had experienced it countless times before, without any inner turmoil, even I didn't know why. The blander the tone, the more the two remaining Aryan supermen's scalps tingled. In their hearts, Luke's image had changed from what it was. It turned into silent fortitude with the will of steel, even if a mountain collapsed in front of him. In layman's terms, it's getting scarier and scarier. Luke was far from being as calm as he appeared to be. It's only the combat sense from the Deathstroke that made him choose to ignore this pain. The years he spent in the mob with his uncle, learning how to kill people, allowed Luke to get used to the cheapness of life, but he didn't get to the level of a heartless person. No matter the broken arm or leg, he wasn't moved and was determined to move forward toward a goal. Deathstroke had strong self-healing ability, so it is inevitable to adopt a crazy way of fighting, so in the battle, injuries for injuries. Shot by machine gun, an arrow through the chest, organ rupture. He has experienced all kinds of serious injuries. Injury, self-healing, then re-injury. This continuous cycle had sharpened Deathstroke's tough nerves. Like Edelman's metal sculpture, this steel will also become part of the combat sense and is reflected in Luke's body. In the future, I can exchange a few more of them, so I might be able to turn Deathstroke's combat sense into my own instinct. Luke, whose thoughts were floating, couldn't help but think of using skill cards to brush up on his own proficiency. Although the studio next door is a little darker, everyone is talented and speaks well, so it is best to use it as a tool. Let's just go all at once. Luke recessed his thoughts, looked at the ruined street, took a step forward, and said, "There's not much time left for you." Comment. 51 comments. Vote. Chapter 109, Chapter 106. No longer pretending, showdown. Get privilege access to 25 plus chapters in advance and exclusive trial read of next book, and at least 2 daily chapters, only on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Liked our translations? Tip our translator. Visit paypal.me/randomalex. Sieglindy took a deep breath and looked at Siegfried standing nearby. The two battleship class said nothing and looked solemn. They all realized that fighting alone, they had little hope of defeating Luke. The opponent's strength wasn't inferior to Orion Superman's and maybe even stronger. The rich experience in combat looked as if he had been trained since an early age and brought up in a sea of blood. Luke ultimately makes up for the lack of means of attack, fearless of pain, decisive action, and fantastic self-healing ability. He was the most indestructible human weapon. It's a 2-to-1 situation, so I don't think the chances of winning this game are low. Siegfried strode out without fear. The whole person moved like a tank driving by and made heavy noise. As the battleship class finally produced by General Sankt, he had great potential. All of his data in physical fitness were better than the other two comrades. Although Siegfried was burly and stood 2 meters tall, standing there like a hill, this guy was only 14 years old. So, it's no exaggeration to describe him as a child. Sorry for the long delay, but it's 2 against 2. Rogers, carrying a shield, stepped into the battlefield. The street was left in ruins under the successive explosions. I hope I'm not too late, Luke. Luke, who was ready to solve the remaining 2 battleship classes with all his might, shrugged his shoulders and said, "Steve, you know. Showing up now, it just looks like you're snatching the last blow." Rogers didn't get it. He was used to the novelty of words coming out of his friend's mouth and sighed, "We can talk later. Where did your flying horse come from? I've asked several times about your cloak and battle suit. Surprising people constantly, it's my specialty." Luke took it lightly. He hasn't figured out who to blame yet. Maybe Hydra. They study alien technology while incidentally creating a polymer nanosuit. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. Anyway, Hydra can't stand up and defend themselves. They'll just take the blame. If you want to chat, hold off, this is a battlefield. Steve, choose one. I recommend Miss Sieglindy, who has just experienced a fierce battle and needs a Boy Scout like you to regain her confidence. Rogers glanced at Sieglinde, who was ill-looking. He wanted to say weakly that he won't hit a woman. However, the other party didn't give Captain America a choice. She directly waved her fist and rushed over. Siegfried, it's time to prove that you are the best among us. Although Rogers was also a super soldier, he was strengthened after being transformed by Woden's blood. But Sieglinde's intuition told her that this guy was much weaker than the young brigadier general of the Allied side. Therefore, without saying anything, her fist smashed directly into the shield. Boom! Why did I involuntarily hit the shield when I was aiming at his head? Sieglinde punched at the 5-pointed star on the vibranium shield consecutively. Sorry, Rogers sunk his feet into the ground and blocked Sieglinde's punch, then clenched his left fist and struck his opponent straight in the shoulder. Rip! The German uniforms that had suffered so many impacts were torn off instantly. All of a sudden, the scene of spring. Sorry, Rogers, who took a glance, subconsciously tried to turn his head away from the snow-white scenery, but Sieglinde gave him a heavy punch. This battleship-class female soldier didn't care about exposing her body and even approached him boldly. You don't look like a warrior at all compared to the general. Sieglinde grunted coldly and seized the opportunity to strike a violent blow as if to let out the anger from the previous frustration. Poor Rogers, he didn't understand the futility of acting like a gentleman in battle. Luke saw Rogers, whose cheeks swelled and fell into a disadvantage. He shook his head and said, I hope it turns into a good lesson for him. Your opponent is here. Siegfried, who had been sitting on the sidelines for a while, saw his partner gaining the upper hand and attacked as well. He wondered how strong the battleship class of the Allied side was, but he didn't expect it to be a useless guy. After seeing Luke's ability to crush Siegmund in close quarters combat, Siegfried changed his mind and unleashed the distortion halo. He was more meticulous in manipulating energy than his companions, a dazzling ball of lightning compressed inward, horrible emitting fluctuations. I'd like to see how strong your self-healing ability is. Siegfried grinned. Bright balls of light floated around him. He headed toward Luke, step by step. The terrifying energy was enough to level the street all over again, ionizing the air and distorting it with a blur of colors. Since fighting harder won't work, let's change the method and compete with our own strengths. Okay, I'll admit it's something. Luke expressed his affirmation for Siegfried's straightforwardness. He was at the center of the explosion and couldn't have survived. If I can get rid of a major problem for the Third Reich, then my sacrifice will be worthwhile. Siegfried's eyes looked fanatical, ignoring his burly figure, which was a brainwashed 14-year-old boy. One of the reasons why General Sangt chose Siegfried was because he joined the Hitler Youth Organization. It is a national institution dedicated to recruiting young people between 13 and 18 to train military personnel and loyalists. The team competition was encouraged in the youth group, and a sense of collective honor was created, instilling fanaticism toward the Third Reich. General Sangt took a fancy to Siegfried's loyalty, and by subtle means, transferred it from the Führer to himself and the future of the Empire. Brigadier General, you are the only hope of the Allies. If you are annihilated here, Sieglinde will attack London next and twist Churchill's head off. Then there's New York. Washington, D.C. Put an end to this confrontation with an effective blitzkrieg. At that time, the Third Reich will carve up half of the world. And I will be the hero who laid this magnificent foundation. Siegfried walked steadily and slowly at every step, compressing the energy ball released from his body and spending all his energy. Only by talking to entrap Luke, he tried to prevent this allied Superman from turning around and running, so it wouldn't fall short. I was only going to fight you as a mediocre super soldier. Luke seems to look as if he felt helpless. He knew that the general battleship class energy manipulation was relatively rough. Immediate release, detonation, and causing damage through high temperature and shock waves. As the most potential and youngest Aryan Superman, Siegfried is better at controlling it. He once stood on the Berlin walls and used a spherical light blast to slaughter tens of thousands of Soviet prisoners and had the fantastic feat of bombing a group of tanks and penetrating a fleet of troops. Siegfried is the strongest of the three battleship classes in terms of long-lasting combat ability and energy attack. If the opponent were playing a one-on-one limit competition, it would really be a bit tricky. At this moment, the street was filled with explosive barrels. All it takes is a spark, and the horrific explosion will destroy all living things in the area. All right, I'll stop pretending. Luke thought it would be better to end the fight as soon as possible rather than spend half a day recovering from his injuries awkwardly. With a thought, he opened the panel. Upgrade. Comment. 43 comments. Vote. Chapter 110, Chapter 107 Fly to Berlin. Thanks to the great propaganda from the Allies, there were many miracles and unexpected victories, which made the rising speed of the reputation points rise steadily and rapidly, just like the stock market. Luke met the upgrade requirements of the LV2 Soldiers card when he defeated Red Skull and destroyed Hydra headquarters. However, as a veteran game grinder, he didn't complete the upgrade immediately and habitually used the LV1 Civilian card. At that time, Luke didn't know the existence of Aryan Supermen, and he didn't think there would be any powerful enemies during World War II, which could threaten his own life. If the Sorcerer Supreme in Karmatage wanted to trouble him, he would have drawn a circle and came through the door long ago. There was no need to wait until now. Apart from the Ancient One, the many demon gods hiding in other dimensions, or Odin, the All-Father, far away in Asgard, rarely interfered with the mundane world. That's why Luke said he wanted to be a mediocre super soldier to get along with the rest of the group. It may also cause all the forces to be wary with too much power, becoming a target out in the open, although he didn't care. Sitting at the poker table and playing the game is just a personal pleasure. Anyway, he had the guts to turn the table at any time. Like now. The dramatic changes in the timeline of World War II and the emergence of Aryan Supermen caused the trajectory of the world's future to get blurred. Luke, who lost his primary advantage, felt it necessary to change himself, more in line with the image of Superman. With a slight movement of the mind, the upgrade began. The panel consumed a massive amount of reputation points, just like a bottomless pit, almost to the very bottom. It's like the stock market in a financial crisis, having a crazy meltdown. Luke thought silently with a bit of heartache. When the war is over, gathering reputation won't be easy. Then I'm afraid I'll have to look a little further away. For example, the 9 realms. The process of upgrading was fast and straightforward, and he didn't experience any pain. Luke was prepared to accept the possible changes. For example, the body would emit golden light, hair color becoming red, orange, blue, or purple. Or, like Roger's serum injection, he would suffer inhuman pain and needed a strong will to survive. Unfortunately, nothing happened, and the upgrade was completed quickly. Is this what it's like to use a cheat? Luke stretched out his hands and clenched his fists hard. His perception became sharper, and he could perceive the terrifying power rushing through his body that was tens of times greater than before. The whole person was like a quiet active volcano, which could cause devastating and terrible disasters at any time. "This isn't the limit," Luke murmured. The rapid rise of power brought about a rapidly expanding desire. For a while, he had the illusion that he could punch Odin and kick the Ancient One and do whatever he wanted. Fortunately, his remaining reason suppressed this impulse. But beating a few Orion supermen isn't a problem. Luke's eyes slightly glowed with heat, and he only needed to concentrate on releasing a high-temperature ray that evaporated flesh and blood. The yellow sun energy, which wasn't enough to support the attack, was continuously absorbed and transformed. He even felt that his body became lighter, and Earth's gravity no longer bound him. "I've come this far because of my natural talent and hard work. The card is just an aid. Got to give it to him." Luke was quite shameless, just like his crossover predecessors. He opened the panel with his thoughts. Host, Luke Cavill. Loaded card, Super Demon, LV2. Ability, Nature Extraction, active. Bioforce Field, active. Flight, active. Heat Vision, active. Psychic Immunity, passive. Stellar Energy, passive. Reputation 7776. Achievement, Legendary Man. The bioforce field seems to have changed. After glancing at the updated data, Luke converged his thoughts and refocused his attention on the battlefield. It's well known that when a critical breakthrough is made, a near-death explosion is made, or an off-court commentary is provided, the outside world is typically in a state of suspension. So, when Luke finished his upgrade, Siegfried hadn't gotten in front of him yet. "Brigadier General, let's embrace death together." Before Siegfried finished his last words, Luke subconsciously put away the bioforce field and stepped forward. Boom! Just one step. Smoke fluttered and spread everywhere. The concrete can't bear the terrible force, and cracks spread like cobwebs in all directions. As if a loud prehistoric creature stomped the earth. Heat Vision. Luke's eyes focused to one point, and a glowing red light filled it. The majestic energy poured out, turning into two beams of high-temperature rays. Just like cutting butter with a hot knife, it cut Siegfried straight down the middle. TSSSSSS. The dazzling balls compressed inward, a burst of white energy. They were about to level the street. Luke was in the center of the explosion, but no hurry. He directly opened the bioforce field and wrapped himself in it. Rumble. Like dozens of tons of hammers, strong shock waves hit the invisible barrier head-on, sending out a booming sound wave. Luke's expression didn't change, and he walked on. He expanded his bioforce field to cover the bruised and battered Rogers to prevent him from being affected. Immediately after, a crimson beam of light streaked straight through. The horrified expression on Sieglinde's face solidified at that moment. The high-temperature rays that evaporated flesh and blood penetrated this battleship-class female soldier's heart. She died without pain. There's one more. Luke kept walking amidst the flames of the explosion and the smoke and dust that swirled. The bioforce field both isolated everything for effective defense and allowed him to control the output better. For example, when Superman lifted an airplane, according to the power analysis, he should pass through the aircraft like a needle instead of directly raising the plane. As well as the most classic problem, when Superman catches his girlfriend, Lois Lane, who was falling from the sky at high speed. Usually, the latter's charming body would be broken into 3 pieces instead of lying in her boyfriend's warm solid arms and giving him a lingering kiss. The answer to all these questions. It was the bioforce field. Cough cough. Hail the M. Siegmund, who Luke beat initially, lost his fighting ability and left early, still wanted to say a few loud villainous slogans. But Luke didn't give him a chance, taking his head away with a burst of his heat vision. After completing the card upgrade, the Aryan Superman, who had initially been able to fight with him toe-to-toe, was too weak. Even if it was a hand-to-hand fight, 1 against 3, Luke, whose strength was constantly rising, could still dish out a one-sided beating. I thought I could help you. Rogers, who remained conscious, was dragged forward by the bioforce field and spoke with some frustration. Captain America thought that when he became a battleship-class soldier, things would be different. Unexpectedly, he couldn't get an advantage against Sieglinde, and he needed Luke's help. Everyone needs to grow, Steve. Being a combat genius doesn't happen overnight. Luke consoled aloud. Do you think it's easy for me to have this power? It's not. I suffer every moment of my life in ways that ordinary people shouldn't. It's something you can't imagine or experience. Muscle repeatedly reconstructing, mental suffering, and keeping my sanity and losing myself to external things. This is the price of gaining strength. Rogers couldn't help believing Luke's solemn expression and low tone. Captain America bowed his head in shame. He only saw Luke's strength but never thought about the pain that the other side silently bears. You stay in Paris and send the news of victory back to London. I have one last thing to do. Luke removed the bioforce field covering Rogers when the fallout cleared and the smoke subsided. He looked at Paris, which was almost in ruins, and his eyes flashed slightly. It was time to end the war. What are you going to do? Rogers subconsciously asked. Going to Berlin. Luke stepped forward a few steps, and the ground shook violently. His tall and straight figure instantly shot to the sky. The dark red cloak was like a flag fluttering and waving until it disappeared into the clouds. He can fly. Rogers stood in ruins with a blank face. When did this happen? Comment. 56 comments. Vote. Chapter 111, Chapter 108 The Arrival of a New Era. Get privilege access to 25 plus chapters in advance and exclusive trial read of next book, and at least 2 daily chapters, only on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Liked our translations? Tip our translator. Visit paypal.me/randomalex. Flying wasn't a great feeling. There was no such thing as a smooth, comfortable and accessible experience. On the contrary, with the increasing speed, the air compressed into a dense and highly thick substance which was like sticky glue, making it impossible for people to do anything. It looks like I'll have to get used to it in the future. Luke felt the turbulent flow of air and silently thought so. If he hadn't opened his bioforce field at high speed, he would have been on fire, like a meteor falling into the atmosphere. A little faster. Boom. 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 In the clouds, a continuous explosive sound emitted. If Luke was compared to a fighter plane, he would be in a full sprint at about Mach 1 or 2. The bioforce field could isolate the external high-temperature friction, but it couldn't stop the turbulent air currents from wrapping the entire body tightly. Every time he accelerated, the resistance was like an iron wall in front of him. The seemingly weightless gas would become extraordinarily strong after being continuously compressed. If only we had the power of the Speed Force. Luke was thinking wildly and remembered Superman and the Flash's race. Considering the unscientific and extraordinary existence of the Speed Force, a powerful plug-in that could beat down the rules of physics to the ground repeatedly, Superman would most likely not be able to outrun the Flash. There have been several such matches in the comics. Except for two ties, they were won by the Flash. It's a pity that the Speed Force is only of use to the Flash in terms of sacrificing to the heavens, restarting the universe, pushing people, saving people, and so on. It rarely played a role in frontal combat. So much so that it's often teased that the way the Flash fights was to spin around like crazy, make the enemy dizzy, and then push them down. I wonder if the heart of the Justice League would come over the wall for a visit. Luke smiled, but he had to admit that the existence of the Flash, Barry Allen, diluted the dark style of the studio next door. If Central City and Gotham are put together, it looks like two cities from two different worlds. Berlin, here I come. Ending the meaningless thoughts, Luke, like a human supersonic aircraft, blasted through the sound barrier. Above the clouds, cone-shaped clouds kept appearing. The journey from Paris to Berlin was about 800 kilometers. It took 12 days to walk. It took a day and a half by bus. It took 6 hours by train. Luke, on the other hand, only needed a few moments to get there. Bang! A loud sound erupted. Like a bomber dropping shells. The Underground Research Institute in Berlin suddenly shook. A tall figure passed through the thick concrete floor and slammed into it. The steel armor-like battle suit, the fluttering dark red cloak, and how it descended from the sky shocked people. Are you the Allied Superman? Good heavens! Luke's photos had been published in newspapers worldwide, and his appearance has long been known to everyone. However, this is the first time the Superman image was officially used. The third week is finished. Leave or resist. You're free to choose. Luke used his supervision to scan through the structure and layout of the Underground Institute and recorded it all in his mind. The concrete brick wall couldn't stop Superman's gaze, and it took less than a few seconds to locate General Sankt. When they heard the news that the Third Reich had collapsed, the researchers in white coats were at a loss, not knowing whether to believe or remain suspicious. But they were all intelligent enough to get out of the way. Whether the news was accurate or not, none of the people here could stop Luke. Instead of being punched and killed by this Allied Superman, it's better to retain a sound body and strive for continued loyalty to the Third Reich. This was not cowardice, but following one's inner will. The researchers look at each other and reach a tacit understanding. The Allied bastard. Meanwhile, a fanatic stood up and bravely stood in front of Luke. Before he could finish his words of rebuke, he was vaporized by heat vision and turned into a charred black skeleton. Courage is commendable. Who else? Luke looked around, spoke with a gentle tone, and no one could see any cruelty at all. But just moments ago, everyone witnessed him take the life of a fellow human being. After a few moments, the room was silent, and no one answered. Luke walked forward with a straight face. He didn't have a no-kill policy and held no compassion for the enemy. During those years of painting the house in Brooklyn, Uncle Frank had said countless times of what would happen if he kept ridiculous compassion on the battlefield. Therefore, even if Sieglinde was a woman, Luke didn't hold back. She wasn't a sinless person without blood on her hands. There was no need to waste too much emotion. Boom! Luke kicked open the door of the war room. General Sankt, who took the lead in the rebellion and became the new leader of the Third Reich less than a month ago, sat in a chair. In front of him are many maps of war zones, and many places were marked with red pens. It was clear that the general was determined to save the empire from its downfall. Unfortunately, in the end, it failed. I thought the empire could hold on for a while, at least until the next batch of Aryan supermen was made. General Sankt looked calm and wasn't surprised at all by Luke's sudden visit. Baron Strucker assured me that as long as I was willing to join Hydra, they would provide for my departure. You just came too soon, Brigadier General. Luke smiled and asked, will you really run away, General Sankt? Leave the Third Reich, hide where no one can find you, and wait for the day when you make a comeback. When he entered the door, he had already swept the war room with supervision to ensure there was no problem. After all, in so many film and television works, the desperate villain always makes a crazy move in the end. In the second drawer on your right, there's a Luger P08 pistol and 4 bullets. Luke said quietly. General Sankt, it seems that you plan on being buried with the Third Reich, which has already lost its power. The new leader, who had forcibly renewed Berlin's lifespan, nodded and said thoughtfully, how can a qualified captain abandon his ship, even if she's going to sink? I respect your passion for your country. But you should know that the Allies would prefer to have you tried in a military court, preferably in front of the whole world, and executed in public as a butcher, executioner, and conspirator. Luke said indifferently. The Führer left early, leaving General Sankt as the target of the crowd's anger and hatred. I can give you a copy of the original Brood plan, which hasn't been completely deciphered yet. General Sankt was at a loss. After learning from Baron Strucker that the battleship class was probably not Luke's opponent, he lost interest in the perfect Aryan. Aryan supermen, who couldn't even defeat a super soldier, they can't be called perfect. Let me end my life decently, Brigadier General. Luke thought for a moment and accepted the deal with pleasure. It didn't make any sense to catch General Sankt and give him to the Allies anyway. Trial by a military court is just a process. Allied leaders were looking forward to sharing the cake and distributing benefits. As for the post-war liquidation, it was just an after-dinner dessert to show the victor's power. In the original historical timeline, after the Führer committed suicide, he asked his men to burn his body into a mass of charcoal. Many people once doubted whether this was a trick to get away by faking his death. But they didn't track anyone down after looking for his whereabouts. A few minutes later, the sound of a gunshot came from the war room. Immediately afterward, Luke came out, broke the roof without saying a word, and bolted into the sky. He was looking down on the devastated Berlin. He seemed to have seen the collapse of an empire, the end of a war and the end of an era. So, who will be the master of the new era? The corners of Luke's mouth rose as he stood quietly above the clouds. Comment. 54 comments. Vote. Chapter 112, Chapter 109. Just want to develop quietly. With the death of 3 battleship classes in Paris, General Sankt shot himself at the Underground Research Institute, and the crumbling Third Reich finally collapsed. The World War that lasted for many years came to an end. When the news of the victory was sent back to London and then sent to the White House by radio, the top leaders of the Allies were excited. Many members immediately held a press conference, which was widely publicized to win public opinion. Those looking forward to the arrival of peace and the smoke dispersed have also taken to the streets and revealed all night. It was said that New York was brightly lit that night, just like a sea of light. But a few days later, more attention was drawn to Luke, who once again made headlines in the newspapers. a black and white photo on the front page of the New York Times. It shocked half the world. It generated a frenzy of debate. The photo shows a young brigadier general in metallic armor standing high in the sky with his cloak fluttering like a flag. Because the angle and light were well grasped, Luke, whose face was blurred, gave off a strong overall presence. Just like those heroes who came out of mythical epics, bathing in golden light, imposing. A flying Superman. I heard that the brigadier general flew to Berlin and ended the war. I also know that Commodore Cavill fought for 3 days and 3 nights in Paris alone, against hundreds of Aryan demons summoned by the Fuhrer, and finally used up half of his life before he sealed them and sent them back to hell. Ha ha, you know nothing. The latest news is that the mustached Fuhrer in Berlin sacrificed millions of lives and turned himself into the king of hell. If General Cavill didn't show up, the whole world would have been destroyed. Yeah. Long live the Allies. Brigadier Cavill is a war hero. Before long, similar rumors spread throughout the United States. There was even a tendency for exaggeration and spreading even more. Everyone in pubs, restaurants, streets and alleys talked about it as if they had seen it with their own eyes. The most outrageous thing is that Luke's heart touched an Aryan female demon named Sieglinde and details of emotional entanglement. After this version, the tragic story of a German country girl was cruelly transformed into a devil by the Fuhrer, but fortunately, she was helped by the Allied Superman to restore her conscience came out. Even the people in London weren't idle. Many third-rate writers started to use the plot of Merlin, King Arthur, and the Knights of the Round Table on Luke, making up all kinds of strange experiences. One of the most widely spread is that Luke came from a mysterious family of demon hunters, known as the Walking Pile Driver and friend of the female warlock, and was later inspired by the fairy in the lake to join the Allied nations to fight against the evil Axis. Because of all kinds of news flying around, the general public ignored the most crucial information on the photo. That is, the Allied Brigadier General, who is a super soldier, could fly. The battleship-class soldiers who punched and kicked tanks in Berlin were still within the acceptable range. However, the sudden flying ability, as well as the metal armor that no one had ever seen before, quickly aroused some people's inquiry. Colonel, I'm just asking you to help spread the word. I never intended it to be ammunition for all kinds of stuff. Look, the secret past of Brigadier General Luke Cavill and the Aryan Devil must be revealed. And this, the truth behind the demystification of the Allied Superman. The years I spent as a demon hunter in London. At Bletchley Manor on the outskirts of London, Luke spread out the recent newspapers and looked at Colonel Phillips, who looked smug. He said helplessly, "Uncle Frank called me the other day and told me that the reporter from New York Times came to interview him and asked him if he knew that his nephew went from a demon hunter family and had an indescribable romantic relationship with many female sorcerers. That's a good thing, Luke." In private, Colonel Phillips didn't adhere to the strict hierarchical designation and laughed, "At least you're now a debated young brigadier general, a war hero, and not overlooked like Rogers. We all understand the virtues of politicians. They could kneel and lick your boots when they need something from you, but if you are no longer of use, even looking at you would be a waste of time for them." Luke nodded in agreement. The photo that caused heated discussion was a pose. After he left Berlin, he specially asked Colonel Phillips to find a photographer. Afterward, it was sent to the New York Times under the name of the other party. There was no image manipulation technology in this era, so there was no need to question the photo's authenticity, and people happily believed it. The reason for doing this is because the war was over. Luke had to hurry up and collect more reputation points. However, he didn't expect Colonel Phillips to make such a big deal out of it. The secret story of the Allied Superman and the Aryan Devil has quickly become part of the local American pop culture. A few days ago, Paramount Pictures asked Luke if he was interested in bringing this experience to the screen, and it would be better if he were willing to act in it. Although the actor is undecided, the script isn't available, and the funds aren't enough. But, as long as the Allied Brigadier General nodded his head, everything else was easy. Paramount patted their chest and promised to invite such big stars as James Stewart, Clark Gable, and Katharine Hepburn. If I write a few memoirs or join Hollywood after I retire, I'm sure I'll make a lot of money. Luke didn't mean to blame Colonel Phillips. Raising awareness is one of the purposes. Even if the topic got more and more distorted, it's okay. According to Hollywood's business practices, these true stories about himself will probably be adapted and brought to the screen many times. Maybe he could get an Oscar, make a name for himself. The story was indeed a good one. Luke, you should have a broader vision. After the casual conversation, Colonel Phillips put on a smile and whispered, "It's just a temporary need to stay low and wait for the right time to soar." Luke picked his eyebrows. After returning from Berlin, he received awards from the top leaders of the Allies. Leaving the wartime cabinet and returning to the Prime Minister's office, Churchill called him the liberator of the free world. The president, far away in the White House, was even blunter. He said that Luke changed the course of the war and saved the Allies with his own efforts. It's just that both sides praised him verbally and didn't give him many tangible benefits. Indeed, the Allies had a headache too. What practical reward could be given to a brigadier general who was only 20 years old? Major general? Lieutenant general? Or admiral? With such a fast promotion rate, when Luke turns 30, he would be sitting in the position of Secretary of Defense. In this regard, Britain was holding the mentality of eating popcorn and sitting on the sidelines. The Prime Minister expressed such merit, giving the rank of a 5-star general was nothing much. If the United States was reluctant, Luke could join England. The British Empire welcomes him with open arms. The president had a smile on his face, but his heart was already spitting out curses. "It looks like you got wind of it, Colonel." Luke didn't value the rank very much. Although he was now a high-ranking officer, he had no real power at all. He is only holding an empty title right now. The Allies are now busy liberating Berlin. When the war is truly over, they will sit down to share the cake and reward their heroes. At that time, Luke and Captain America, Rogers, will return to New York to receive commendation and honors. Someone suggested that you continue to lead the Strategic Science Reserve. Colonel Phillips' face was sunken. It was clear that the military was trying to keep Luke away from the center of the power structure. The main reason may be the fear that the young brigadier general will enter the Defense Department too early, which would cause a series of problems such as excessive power and difficulty in restraining him. Of course, more importantly, Luke didn't have a strong enough support behind him. Superman is powerful. But those accustomed to thinking like a politician or in profit only see the other party as a weapon for the country, a foolish but accurate idea. Even when faced with thugs, politicians and capitalists always think of using their status and money to ensure their safety. But they forget that some people don't follow this set of rules. This is just a proposal. If you don't want to, no one will force you. Eisenhower will be happy to reach out and help. Luke waved his hand to stop the colonel's good intentions, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, seemingly not angry. Of course, he knew that the military owed him a favor, and those higher-ups were willing to take this opportunity to pay it back to him. Luke gave Eisenhower such a significant contribution in capturing Rome and assisting the Allied forces in landing in Sicily without blinking. At the same time, the honor was handed over to the president to ease the contradictions at home. If he wanted to enter the Department of Defense and step into the center of the power structure, he would have been able to do so. Unfortunately, I just want to develop quietly. Luke silently thought. From the current perspective, the Strategic Science Reserve is only a tiny and insignificant organization. But when the era of superheroes comes, the giant S.H.I.E.L.D. will surface as its predecessor. The Strategic Science Reserve is very promising. The first director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Luke's mind flashed to the image of a particular hard-boiled egg and expressed his satisfaction with the decision of the Allied superiors. Binge. Weekly mass release. 1 chapter for every 300 power stones. Get privileged access to 25+ advance chapters ahead only on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Support translator, paypal.me/randomalex. Comment. 47 comments. Vote. Chapter 113, Chapter 110 When the War is Over. Extra chapter. The aftermath of the end of the war gradually subsided, and during this time, many significant events happened that were enough to go down in history. For example, the Yalta Conference. The four countries held a summit meeting at Levadia Palace to discuss the formulation of a new post-war world order and the distribution of interests. In layman's terms, it means dividing the big cake. It was worth mentioning that seeing Berlin create the Aryan Supermen to recover its disadvantages, the Asian side of the Axis powers also started a related project. They received a portion of Woden's blood from General Sangt as research material and worked overtime to expand their technology, and finally succeeded in producing 31 tank classes. The freshly baked, newly created Nihon Supermen was torn clean by a group of mysterious people before they could cross the Pacific battlefield and beat the Allied forces. After investigation, the other party claimed to be a member of SPEAR. As a result, the Yalta Conference included one more participating country. Soon after, 2 atomic bombs were dropped on the still restless Japan. The bomb, codenamed the Little Boy, bombed Hiroshima. The second bomb, codenamed the Fat Man, bombed Nagasaki. The mushroom cloud that rose with a colossal boom forever became a nightmare for Japanese people. After their representatives signed the unconditional surrender letter on the deck of the USS Missouri, the worldwide war finally officially came to an end. The smoke has cleared, and peace has come. As a rising star of this era, Luke has witnessed the changing situation and historical innovations. He first appeared among the Yalta Four as the hero who ended the war and posed for pictures with the heads of state. The atmosphere was delicate and tense at that critical meeting on the reshuffling of dynamics of the world. The Soviet Union's representative looked at Luke with intense vigilance. Who knows if this Superman will suddenly fall from the sky and smash through the Kremlin? The representative made up his mind to vigorously develop the nuclear industry when he returned to cope with possible threats. As for the British Prime Minister, he smiled and greeted Luke with a box of high-grade cigars from his collection. He also said that the US was stingy with the actual reward for the true heroes, which disgusted the tired-looking Roosevelt a lot. Later, after the meeting, the president, who is suffering from cardiovascular disease, explained that he hoped Luke would understand the military's decision. To sum up, it was to write a lot of bad checks in an attempt to dispel each other's dissatisfaction. It's a pity that the president didn't know that he didn't have long to live. Before the end of the war, he should have died of a cerebral hemorrhage, leaving earlier than the Führer, who was ready to shoot himself. Maybe it was the butterfly wings flapping a few times that made the president forcibly continue for a few more months. Brigadier General Cavill, when I get back to Washington, D.C., I will grant you the rank of Major General immediately. The president held on to his spirit and soothed Luke's emotions. From the White House down to the military, including Colonel Phillips, no one believed that the young brigadier general didn't care about being excluded and was willing to lead the Strategic Science Reserve. If he had set foot in the Department of Defense, he would have become the youngest official general in the history of the United States in the blink of an eye. Luke is also helpless about this. I have shown a sincere attitude, but why don't you believe me? Later, even Rogers came to comfort Luke, telling him not to care too much about status and power. In any case, the greatest hero of the Allies was always Superman. No one could question this. The reputation points have gone up again. It seems that this wave of publicity is beneficial. After giving the president a few perfunctory words, Luke returned to his room. With the help from Colonel Phillips, his name spread quickly, although most of them were accompanied by some bizarre or sappy stories. Luke did have some resistance at first, but it was Superman, he had to save face. However, after seeing the sharply rising reputation points, he can only say one thing. This is nice. In the days that followed, it was a tug-of-war between countries, each trying to get a more significant piece of the cake. The Soviet Union said, if I hadn't succeeded in preserving Moscow and crushing the Third Reich's myth of invincibility, you would have surrendered like France. Britain said, I launched a counter-offensive in El Alamein to turn the tide in the North African War. I made outstanding contributions. The United States said, we have Superman. The others. Then the meeting fell into a brief silence. The Soviet Union and Britain skipped this topic with tacit understanding. Luke saw all of this. Unconsciously, he became a powerful weapon comparable to the atomic bomb, with a pivotal strategic position. Unfortunately, he isn't interested in being the Dr. Manhattan of the Marvel Universe and helping the bald eagle conquer the world. After the Yalta Conference, Luke went to London first to reorganize the Strategic Science Reserve. After seeing S.P.E.R, Hydra, and other organizations, the United States urgently needed to set up a similar official organization. The Strategic Science Reserve that gathered the elites of the free world is naturally the first choice. During this period, there were also several unpleasantnesses. The Allies were able to maintain a superficial harmony while fighting against the evil Axis. But after the war, the surging undercurrent began to surface. No one wanted to see each other grow and surpass themselves. The Strategic Science Reserve not only had all kinds of talents but also accepted the remnants of Hydra. For example, Dr. Zola and related researchers were excellent resources. There was also the Tesseract collected from Hydra's headquarters, which was a precious treasure. Britain didn't want to sit back and watch Luke take them away and tried to interfere. However, the Prime Minister stopped such a move, feeling that there was no need to offend Superman over such a trivial matter. After all, the other party is a powerful individual who could pose a threat to the country. So, in the absence of external pressure, humans have an innate talent for killing each other and internally devouring themselves. Luke sighed silently. He was currently sitting in the Oval Office of the White House, waiting for a meeting with the president. Today was the award ceremony. A Major General rank. Leader of the Strategic Science Reserve. This was how the United States rewarded Luke. From a third-class soldier to a Major General, it looked like no one would be able to surpass his promotion speed. As history would have it, Roosevelt had a sudden brain hemorrhage a few days earlier and passed away. The new president, Harry S. Truman, took over. Major General Cavill, it would be a waste of your talents to lead the Strategic Science Reserve temporarily. The new president pushed his glasses and smiled. It's just that the decision that has been made couldn't be changed. I hope you can understand. I would like to stay in the Strategic Science Reserve. The work here suits me better. Luke was smiling and spoke with a calm voice. This was the truth. He expressed satisfaction with the Strategic Science Reserve in the developing stage, but the future SHIELD, a colossal institution directly under the jurisdiction of the World Security Council. Luke remembered the one-eyed director who assembled a group of superheroes and ignored the White House and the military. Not only could he blatantly refuse to take phone calls from the president and ignore senators, but he could also jump through the hoops from Congress and the White House to carry out cross-territorial law enforcement. It could be said that the duties and powers of SHIELD are entirely above all the intelligence departments in the United States, which isn't comparable to that of a mere Department of Defense. Even if Luke becomes the top executive of the Pentagon, he may not have the same glory as of the director of SHIELD in the future. Major General Cavill, it's good that you think so. The new president was relieved, but the military's attitude towards Superman was a little more complicated. Both wanted to win him over but fear that Luke's power would be too great to restrain in the future. Fortunately, the young Major General didn't show any dissatisfaction. But I think the name Strategic Science Reserve is too much of a mouthful. Since it is necessary to restructure, it's better to change the name. Luke looked at the stunned new president and smiled. I think SHIELD is pretty good. In this way, Iron Man will no longer complain that he couldn't remember the name. Comment. 25 comments. Vote. Chapter 114, Chapter 111. Steve, you have to stand up. After leaving the White House, Luke drove to the Army Club in Northwest, where Rogers waited for him. Since his return to New York from London, he has been busy with various public appearances and military awards ceremonies, leaving little time for himself. Luke didn't get rid of his busy schedule until Roosevelt died and came to Washington to attend the funeral and complete the medal ceremony. I wonder if Steve will be able to adjust to his new life. The black car stopped at the entrance of the club. An officer drove Luke. After being promoted to Major General, the military provided him with an exceptional secretary, driver, and bodyguard. The last one was unnecessary. If there was a problem, who would be protecting who? If you could be Superman's bodyguard, you should at least be the Sorcerer Supreme or Odin. But then again, I need to find myself some people who can handle things. Luke had a few suitable candidates, just not decided at the moment. In his opinion, there's no future in fighting alone. If the Shi'Tori army descends on the Earth in the future, I would have to swing my fist around myself. The only enemies worth handling personally are the ones like Thanos, Apocalypse, and Dormammu. The recruitment campaign of SHIELD is about to begin. I wonder how many people can be recruited. Luke's mind wandered as he walked up the steps. As soon as he stepped into the hall of the Army Club, a small wave of surprise sounded. Luke, dressed in a crisp military uniform and had his hair combed meticulously, instantly became the center of attention. He couldn't help it. He was now a celebrity, and the recruitment posters had changed from Uncle Sam to Superman with the red cloak. The aura of a legendary hero was more than enough to attract people's attention. This is just like the tales of Washington chopping down a cherry tree and Columbus making an egg stand that so many people enjoy. As to whether it's true or not, no one cared. On the other hand, Luke had many legendary stories, which were worth talking about at the dinner table. "Hello, Major General Cavill. I'm from the second batch of recruits from Camp Lehi. Major General, I'm a big fan of yours. Can I have your autograph? Thank you for stopping those Aryan demons. You're a great hero." Chattering noises poured in, drowning out the soothing music flowing in the hall for a while. The club's atmosphere became lively as retired soldiers or off-duty officers surrounded Luke in the middle. "I'm sorry, I have an appointment with a friend." Seeing that the conversation was getting more and more distorted, Luke put on a gentle smile without losing his manners while rushing out of the encirclement and headed for the second floor. It would seem that the name Superman will be tied to the Aryan demons and the female warlock in the future. He didn't know whether he should thank Colonel Phillips or worry about his reputation being damaged. Luke already foresaw the awkward scene when the reporter came up to him with a microphone and asked Superman how many female sorceress friends he had. "I prefer to live a low-profile life, but unfortunately, my strength wouldn't allow me to do so." The young Major General shook his head and went to the relatively quieter second floor. The first thing that caught his eye was Rogers sitting at the bar. "Hey, Colonel Rogers of Brooklyn, why are you frowning? Are you having problems with your cute little girlfriend?" Luke tapped his colleague on the shoulder and teased, "Or are you just mourning the memory of the late president?" "Neither." Rogers, who was already a colonel, was a bit depressed. He took a sip of whiskey and said, "The war is over, which should be a happy thing, but I feel like I've lost my purpose." As the well-known Captain America, Rogers' fame isn't far behind Luke's. In the eyes of many children who loved reading comics, the Stars and Stripes uniform is more iconic than Superman's red cloak. "You look a little depressed." Luke snapped his fingers and asked for a cup of fruit gin. Because of him, the trajectory of Rogers' life changed. He didn't fall into the glacier, let alone sleep for 70 years. Captain America has since embraced a new life, though it's not clear whether it's good or bad. He made it back to Brooklyn, topped off with the honor of being Captain America, was honored by the president, and fell in love with a blonde girl who looked like a little rose. Except for the temporary whereabouts of the best friend, all of it seemed to be so beautiful. "I found myself with nowhere to go, Luke." Rogers smiled bitterly. Not long ago, he was received by the new president and awarded the Medal of Honor. Those who have the same treatment include the Howling Commandos who followed Luke and essential members of the Strategic Science Reserve. Logically speaking, Rogers should feel satisfied. But after he stayed in Brooklyn for a while, he felt utterly lost, as if he had lost his direction. "The doors of SHIELD are always open to you." Luke smiled and shook his glass of alcohol. He could understand Rogers' feelings, just like many veterans who leave the battlefield and are unable to integrate into society so quickly. Soldiers accustomed to guns and smoke often find it challenging to adapt to the laughter around them. S.H.I.E.L.D. Rogers was a little surprised. He hadn't heard of this organization. "It's the Strategic Science Reserve," Luke explained. At the end of the war, the Strategic Science Reserve, which was initially used to fight Hydra, faced restructuring. "I just changed the name. Doesn't SHIELD sound better?" "In that case, You have something to do again. Unlike me, who hasn't found a goal yet. Rogers's eyes reveal a trace of envy. What he wanted the most was Luke's determined attitude of always being on the move and never feeling hesitant. Steve, don't always think about what you experienced on the battlefield. Even if you aren't a good soldier, you can do something else. What's more, this country still needs you. Luke once again played the role of a spiritual mentor and persuasively says, peace is only temporary. Even if fascism is dismantled and the Nazi camp is crushed, the politicians in the White House will soon find a new enemy, a red bear standing on the Siberian plains. It's a vast country that occupies 1/5 of the world's landmass and is the central core of the dual power. You mean there will be another war? Rogers was shocked. He didn't doubt Luke's judgment. Because after many factual trials, it has been proven that his good friend's vision was always accurate and could always pinpoint the truth very sharply. In a sense, it's indeed a war. Luke took a sip of his alcohol. Before long, the new president would implement Truman Doctrine, which started the Cold War. The Warsaw Pact and NATO, which imply the emergence of two militaristic political blocs, also confront two social systems. So, consider this, sooner or later, Captain America will have to pick up his shield and get back out on the battlefield. SHIELD would be a good place to stay. Like a broker selling stocks on Wall Street, Luke said that to Rogers, who had planned to retire and return to ordinary life. He was somewhat shaken. Let me think about it. Thank you, Luke. Rogers sincerely thanked him. It's not just you, Steve, the country is in mourning for President Roosevelt. At the same time, reveling in the victory of the war. Everyone is confused, and no one knows where to go. Luke drained his glass of gin and patted Rogers on the shoulder. Captain America was actually in an awkward position. In the original storyline, Rogers fell into the glacier and was posthumously recognized as a war hero by the military. Of course, for a dead person who couldn't speak, one could praise him infinitely, no matter how high. But now it's different. Rogers is still alive. So, in addition to the heroic name, the military has no intention of giving any tangible rewards. Luke understood this point a long time ago. The so-called hero was nothing more than the mascot of the military. When the country needed you, naturally, they would highly regard you and vigorously publicize your heroic stories and positive image. But once the war was over, you would lose your usefulness and become dispensable at any moment. This was the case with Rogers. With the war won and preparations to sit down and share the cake, the United States no longer needed Captain America to sell bonds. So, he was abandoned. The army did not care about him, and the White House had nothing to offer but honor. Luke, who knew the future trajectory, started preparing a long time ago. By capturing the Italian city of Rome, he got an incredible and unforgettable result. He then defeated Hydra, initially laid his foundation, and gradually gained a personal voice. Today, he is no longer a hero with only a name but a general with absolute power. I hope you can give me an answer when we meet next time, Steve. Luke raised his hand to look at the time, placed the tip under the cup, and helped Rogers pay the bill. He had to go and meet his next guest. Read 30+ chapters ahead on Patreon. Patreon.com/binge translations. Comment. 53 comments. Vote. Chapter 115, Chapter 112 Trask, Father of the Sentinels. Get privilege access to 30+ chapters in advance and exclusive trial read of next book, and at least 2 daily chapters, only on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Liked our translations? Tip our translator. Visit paypal.me/randomalex. Back to the Pentagon. Walking out of the Army Club, Luke got into the black limousine parked at the door. He thought of the words he had just used to fool Rogers, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but smile. How can SHIELD not have the Captain America? Beat Nick Fury to the punch and build the Avengers team. Then cheer them on. That would be very interesting. In the future, if the two armies were to face each other, the Chitauri fleet would form a single line. The crowd on the side of the Family Planning Commission of the Universe Director, Thanos, is enormous and powerful. If he went on his own, he would be very lonely. Wouldn't it look bad? Therefore, it was imperative to recruit people. Apart from Captain America, who was considering retiring, Luke will also pull Howard in to fill the numbers. Together with Carter, who is a managerial expert, he could form a general framework. Otherwise, it would be too bleak if SHIELD only had 2 or 3 big cats and tiny kittens. General, we're here. Luke, who sketched the blueprint for the future, opened his eyes when he heard the driver remind him aloud. Through the lowered window, he saw a massive building complex. The black car drove straight in, through several layers of gate guards outside, and went inside. The Pentagon was established because the Department of War was caught up in the conflict after World War II, and the workforce expanded rapidly, requiring centralized office space. At that time, the War Department was scattered everywhere, such as the National Mall, Maryland, and Virginia. When there were traffic jams or when the railroad was out of service, there weren't enough people to hold a meeting. After heated discussions at the hearings, the Secretary of War, Henry Stimson, came close to saying, "If you don't grant it, I'll wait outside." Before Congress reluctantly granted a reasonable request for a parcel of land near the Potomac River. Otherwise, the members of the Budget Committee might not necessarily nod their heads. For them, it didn't matter if they were pointed at and cursed, but don't blame them for turning the other cheek when talking about money. Luke thought about the fact that SHIELD hadn't applied for funding yet and couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache coming on. He didn't want to learn from the Secretary of War's rogue attitude of shamelessly asking for money, which is embarrassing to say out loud. "It looks like I still have to seize the opportunity to make money." Luke stepped out of the car with an unusually young, unfamiliar face and a shoulder patch with 2 silver stars on his uniform, immediately drawing a lot of attention. This pentagonal building was officially authorized and funded by Congress in 1941. It was completed and opened only the year before last, with a total investment of $83 million. Most of the staff who had access to the interior were middle and senior officers of the War Department and the Defense Department. Some of them recognized Luke's identity, tried to resist the urge to ask for his autograph, and turned to whisper. This shows that even the Pentagon's military officers had little resistance to the aura of a celebrity. Luke didn't look away, maintaining his aura of being a senior officer all the way forward. The first floor of the Pentagon was home to banks, post offices, bookstores, clinics, telegraph offices, and various shops. The second floor was known as the Gold Room due to the gold carpeting on the office floor and was dedicated to various joint meetings. And Luke's office was located on the 3rd floor. It was the office of the Secretary of Defense and the War Department. There was a Hall of Heroes in the corner of the corridor to commemorate the highest Medal of Honor recipients since the Revolutionary War. There are more than 3,000 bronze plaques engraved with their names, origins, and biographies, all of them were outstanding soldiers who made heroic sacrifices in the war. Luke's photo, along with Marshall, Eisenhower, and MacArthur, was hung in the memorial hallway for public display. "General, you are here." Seeing Luke come in, the female secretary sitting outside the office quickly got up. "Your appointment has arrived." Seeing a beautiful secretary with blonde hair and curvy lines, Luke couldn't help but feel the corruption of capitalism. In other words, he had a strong will. It wasn't easy for women. Otherwise, if it was someone else, who could stand it? Uniform seduction, coupled with two heavy ammunitions. It was difficult not to learn from Clinton, caught with his pants down. Luke smiled and nodded as he pushed open the door to the side meeting room. Inside sat a small, dwarf-like middle-aged man. The other side stayed peacefully in the chair, with a somewhat apprehensive look on his face. "Hello, General. I am Bolivar Trask." As Luke pushed in the door, Bolivar jumped off his chair and greeted respectfully with his head held high. It took a lot of effort to turn up his neck with his height to see the young Major General's appearance. "I have kept you waiting, Mr. Trask. Please have a seat." Luke, who settled into a chair, said with a gentle face. He looked at Bolivar without blinking. Although he was short in stature and unremarkable in appearance, he was a giant in knowledge. Not only is he well known in genetics, but he has published many far-sighted papers, especially for the solution to the mystery of human DNA, and even put forward some incredible views. Even in the Marvel Comics world, where talented scientists aren't worth much, he was considered a #1 character. For Luke, however, what interested him in Bolivar was the study of mutants. This dwarf-like scientist is the future father of the Sentinels. In a particular timeline, he almost annihilated mutants, and by the way, destroyed the root of all human evils. "General Cavill, I don't know what I can do for you," Bolivar asked stiffly. At this time, he hadn't founded Trask Industry and was not an internationally acclaimed weapons expert. So, when faced with the military's famous war hero, it was inevitable that he felt nervous and had little confidence in his words. "Mr. Trask, I have read some of your papers. To be honest, it's fascinating." Luke crossed his fingers and put his elbow on the table. He faintly said, "Do you think there's some magic code in human genes that opens the door to evolution? They even claimed that there might be a new race in this world that's more powerful than human beings." "General, let me explain. I am not a racist. And I'm not a Nazi." Bolivar turned pale with fear and explained nervously, "I disagree with the Aryan master race theory of that Farah. Please don't get me wrong. I also donated money for my country during the war." Luke was stunned on the spot. He hadn't even gotten to the point yet. How did he scare the future father of the Sentinels into such a state? Then, on second thought, he understood the reason. These days, cutting-edge theories about the human race and genetic research can easily be associated with the extreme racism of the Third Reich. Presumably, Bolivar had suffered such a significant loss before and has fallen victim to the aftermath of the fallout. "Don't be afraid, Mr. Trask. I just wanted to talk to you about mutants." Luke waved his hand, gesturing to his opponent to relax and not be so nervous. "I agree with your papers and opinions, which is why I invited you here." It was Bolivar's turn to be shocked. He couldn't believe that the powerful young Major General would be interested in his research theory. "Major General Cavill, you know about mutants too?" the dwarf scientist asked cautiously. "Of course, I not only know but also saw them with my own eyes." Luke smiled faintly, the Hellfire Club was noted in his small book, and he will get even sooner or later. Comment. 46 comments. Vote. Chapter 116, Chapter 113 S.H.I.E.L.D, The Management Game. Get privilege access to 30+ chapters in advance and exclusive trial read of next book, and at least 2 daily chapters, only on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Liked our translations? Tip our translator. Visit paypal.me/randomalex. Had seen a mutant. Bolivar suddenly got excited and changed his previous reserved attitude. He eagerly said, "General, mutants are hazardous species. Is the greatest threat to human beings on this planet. Do you know Neanderthals? They are close relatives of European ancestors and once ruled the whole continent. But 24,000 years ago, these ancient humans disappeared and became extinct. Because Homo sapiens eliminated them. Both lower animals and higher animals could only survive if they adapt to the environment. However, due to the limited resources in nature, multiple animals in the same ecological niche are subject to fierce competition. Human interference in similar species was stronger than other animals. Because we stand at the top of the food chain, we can use and transform nature. In the era of natural selection, fierce competition will inevitably occur among different races. Therefore, Neanderthals were destined to be replaced by Homo sapiens. In my opinion, mutants are the race that's likely to replace human beings." The dwarf scientist spoke quickly and anxiously, as if afraid that the young Major General wouldn't understand the seriousness of the problem. Luke picked his eyebrows. He didn't expect Bolivar to be a staunch human supremacist, and he was highly wary of mutants. William Stryker, who also hated mutants, was due to family misfortune. Then his teacher, Bolivar, saw a future in which mutants might replace humans and chose to develop the Sentinel robots. Of course, there must be selfishness involved. For example, describing mutants as ticking time bombs and then selling weapons against mutants. Just like arms dealers, keen on provoking regional conflicts and then making money from both sides. Don't get excited, Mr. Trask. Luke didn't show any apparent emotions. His views were quite different from those of the dwarf scientist, Bolivar. Mutants simply didn't have the conditions to compete with human beings as the creatures at the top of the food chain. First of all, compared with the vast population base in the world, their numbers were pitiful, and it was difficult to form an effective social system. Secondly, mutants are essentially the evolutionary direction of human beings in the future and don't constitute a necessary prerequisite for competition. There may be a high probability that the child might be a mutant in a family, and the parents are not. Does it mean that the mutant would hate their parents and even exterminate them as offspring? So objectively, mutants should belong to the evolutionary branch of human beings. The contradiction between the two sides was more discriminatory than an unending feud to exterminate the race. Magneto always wanted to build a mutant empire, but he never thought that a harmonious world made up of fellow mutants would be less than fantastic. Because in the end, mutants couldn't even live a self-sufficient life. Cars in factories wouldn't be produced automatically, and food in supermarkets wouldn't appear out of thin air. And could the mutants, who are still in the minority, accomplish this? Magneto could destroy a building with a gesture, but he couldn't build a factory alone. With the powerful force that can lift continents and reverse the poles, it still wouldn't be able to fill stomachs. From this point of view, the genocide war is nothing but nonsense. Besides, what's the difference between a totalitarian society where a few elites enslave many lower classes and the Third Reich? As a persecuted Jew, in turn, he became the most hated person. You have to say, that's a huge irony. Comrade Magneto's ideological level is too backward. Clearly, he never read the Marxist theory. Luke's mind flashed with many thoughts. He looked at Bolivar and smiled. Since you are so interested in mutants, I'll take you to meet them. The scientist froze as if his brain was on hold, and his expression was somewhat dazed. General, you may not understand what I mean. Mutants are dangerous, they have all kinds of strange abilities. Luke seemed to turn a deaf ear, stood up, and eagerly invited Bolivar to go with him. Before, in Rome, Italy, he had dealt with the Hellfire Club and even briefly dealt with mutants. Perhaps, after some convincing and friendly exchanges, Luke thought they were easy to talk to. Not as scary as Bolivar described. The two walked out of the Pentagon and got into a black car. Luke gave a specific location, and the driver started the engine and drove slowly to the enormous building complex behind the Pentagon. The Satan, Azazel, and the Poison Woman, both captives, were held in prison in Arlington County. Trask, have you ever heard of Sebastian Shaw? On the way there, Luke began to inquire about the Black King of the Hellfire Club in the car. Initially, he also expected the other party to join forces with Hydra and come forward to gift them his head. As a result, he didn't expect this mutant to be too cautious and didn't show up until the end. Sure. I know him, a very radical biologist. Bolivar frowned and thought for a moment, then continued. Sebastian, who firmly believed in the theory of the perfect race in the Third Reich, once told me that the Aryans with blonde hair and blue eyes could rule the world. We met several times in England before, then he returned to Germany and wrote to me several times asking about the progress of the research on the mutant X gene. Luke thought about it. The villains among the mutants, with a slightly higher threat level, may be Mr. Sinister, who is far away in England. This bastard is Apocalypse's #1 horse, nearly obsessed with chasing Phoenix's powers. Then, it was Sebastian Shaw's turn. This guy was more about using mutants as tools to pursue the tedious and conventional grand task of ruling the world. Like a salesman, he packaged the Third Reich's extreme racial theories and sold them to many simple-minded mutants. Sebastian Shaw is a mutant. Luke said straightforwardly. He joined an organization called the Hellfire Club and is gathering his compatriots to prepare for a grand entrance. Bolivar showed a thoughtful look. He seemed to guess Luke's purpose for meeting him. What can I do for the country, General? If it's against mutants, I'm sure I can be of use. The scientist sat straight up. As a scientist who could set up a large enterprise, he wasn't stupid, on the contrary, he could sense people's motives. Luke's lips showed a smile. This was precisely the answer he wanted to hear. The Hellfire Club was a problem that must be solved. As the veterans had already said, treat the enemy as ruthlessly as a harsh winter. Instead of waiting for Sebastian Shaw to build up his strength and find him, he might as well strike hard and take the initiative to eliminate them all. Very well, Mr. Trask, SHIELD needs your kind of talent. Luke smiled and quietly pulled Bolivar into SHIELD. The future father of the Sentinels is still qualified to be a supervisor in the scientific research department. S.H.I.E.L.D. Bolivar's eyes twinkled. Although he had never heard of this institution, he didn't show any resistance. As people know, doing research was very expensive. He hadn't hooked up with Nixon and founded Trask Industry yet, but he was a famous scientist. He had no backers and no financial backers. He lived in a confined space like any other independent researcher and couldn't afford to rent a lab. At this time, Bolivar felt happy to have an official organization knock on his door. And as we all know, the military's always the wealthiest investor. And the most scientist-friendly sugar daddy. Luke sensed Bolivar's excitement, and his smile grew gentler. All this was in his expectation. Even a guy who thought highly of himself, like Howard, sometimes had to socialize with senior officers in the purchasing department to pool orders. In his words, bunch of guys with less brain capacity than primitive mammals. What's more, Bolivar was a down-and-out scientist. S.H.I.E.L.D. Human Resources +1. Scientific Research Strength +1. Comment. 42 comments. Vote. Chapter 117, Chapter 114. The Major General is a devil. Get privilege access to 30+ chapters in advance and exclusive trial read of next book, and at least 2 daily chapters, only on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Liked our translations? Tip our translator. Visit paypal.me/randomalex. Creak. The heavy iron gate was pushed away, and a ray of light streamed in. Rhythmic footsteps echoed in the dark tunnel, like a precise pointer, and finally stopped at the door of the 12th cell. Azazel, it's been a long while. Azazel curled up in the corner. His hands were shackled with metal, and the 2 legs which had been trampled down were simply bandaged to the extent that they recovered without deterioration. He heard the clatter of keys and saw the tall figure standing outside after the cell door opened. There was an uncontrollable look of fear in his eyes. I didn't run away. Azazel shrank into the corner, and the handcuffs on his hands made a crisp sound. The original arrogance of being a mutant had disappeared without a trace. He and Poison Woman were previously held in the Strategic Science Reserve interrogation room before being transferred here. To prevent the demon, who could move in an instant, from running away, Luke specially told them that they didn't need to find a doctor to treat his legs so that he couldn't walk. Every time he was moved to a new place, he had to be blindfolded, and the layout and route wouldn't be leaked. The ability to move instantly sounds very inexplicable. The user can enter and exit any place at will. But the size and range of movement and the determination of space orientation are fatal shortcomings that are difficult to remedy. As early as in Venice, Luke worked out the approximate range of the Red Devil's rapid movement. For a single space jump, the other party can move at a maximum speed of 10 miles. Therefore, Luke can only complete this mutant holding project by making the other party lose spatial and directional judgment, coupled with restrictions on mobility and other means. But surprisingly, Satan, with his highly long lifespan, didn't try to escape. Thank you, Azazel. I won't do anything to you, don't be so nervous. Luke smiled kindly. Azazel didn't believe it at all. He just felt even more afraid. With the bandages wrapped around his legs, he felt a faint pain. The young Major General stepped on his legs and killed Colossus with his fist. Every time he thought of that violent picture, Azazel shuddered. The seeds of fear took root and thrived in his heart, even exceeding the oppressive feeling brought by Sebastian Shaw. Trask, he's a mutant. He not only can move instantly but also has a far superior physical quality and lifespan. Luke leaned on his side. Bolivar, who resembled a dwarf, and peeked inside. red skin and a slender tail. Just like the devil. It's a mutant with dominant characteristics. Demons. I have seen an angel with wings in England. Bolivar said quietly. He couldn't help wondering what the Major General did to the mutant named Azazel that had scared him to such an extent. There's a woman in another cell. She's also a mutant and can release poison gas. Luke closed the prison door. He hadn't finished the main quest of opening of the third camp. The gene fragments of Chameleon, Azazel, Colossus and Poison Woman have been obtained, but the last one is still missing. If he got the leech serum, it would be easier to deal with Sebastian Shaw. After visiting 2 mutant prisoners, Luke looked down at Bolivar and said, "In fact, mutants are not so terrible, are they?" The dwarf scientist didn't know how to answer. He felt that the young Major General might be a devil in human skin. Otherwise, how could he scare those 2 mutants into silence? If I joined that S.H.I.E.L.D, can I study them? After getting out of prison, getting rid of the dark, damp and narrow space, and rotten and unpleasant smell, Bolivar raised the key questions. He can't wait to find the code hidden in the human genes from the mutants. That's why I'm recruiting, Trask. Luke nodded, but he added, I don't want a weapon to kill mutants, let alone a human body modification plan. I take a fancy to the mutant itself. Their genes are a vast treasure trove and the key to evolution. So, I want you to draw a complete gene map, find the critical nodes of the evolutionary curve, and decipher the mysterious genetic code. Luke wasn't interested in persecuting mutants. They were an excellent card to control and to hold. There's no need to push himself to the enemy's camp, and he could just sit down and negotiate. Why use violence? Of course. The premise of all this was that he set the terms and conditions of the negotiations. Otherwise, it's better just to turn the table. I'm a pacifist. Luke thought. Understood, General. Bolivar gulped. He wanted to study a weapon to exterminate mutants. The blue planet beneath their feet, where life is nurtured, may not withstand the consumption of resources by 2 intelligent races. Sooner or later, this racial war of survival will happen. The scientist looked up at Luke, who was calm and vaguely felt that the Major General knew this. In other words, that's exactly what the other party expects to see. But what good will the war do for Major General Cavill? Bolivar pushed his glasses and thought so with some doubts. If it's for promotion, the 20-year-old young Major General was unlikely to be promoted again in a short time. At most, the military would give some honorable distinctions. Besides, at Luke's age, he only needs to work steadily and accumulate qualifications and background. His future achievements were limitless. There was no need to use mutants to achieve his goals. Trask, deal with the things at hand. Remember to report to S.H.I.E.L.D in a few days. Luke didn't know what the other party was thinking. He told him, I'll ask my secretary to tell you the specific address. Right now, S.H.I.E.L.D's headquarters hadn't been determined. The Pentagon is where the Department of War and a National Defense Agency was. Allowing a group of agents to go in and out of the building wasn't good for publicity. Besides, as the first director, Luke didn't want to stay with all kinds of generals of land, sea, and air. He didn't have any private space. Okay. Bolivar got into the car and stopped trying to guess what Luke was thinking. The thoughts of influential people were often bizarre, and perhaps the Major General was a warmonger. After dropping Bolivar off at home, Luke told the driver to drive to the airport, as he had to return to New York today. If I flew by myself, it may take less than 20 minutes. Luke leaned back and smiled at himself. He had to make himself more like an average person to lower the vigilance and defensiveness from others. Compared with Clark Kent from the studio next door, his only advantage was that he is a human being. He didn't have to worry about being rejected. The phrase "if you are not one of us, you're one of them" is sometimes quite accurate. Any creature would have a certain degree of hostility to outsiders who break into their territory. Even in the studio next door, Superman was called a beacon to guide the world. Batman was also wary of all kinds of things. Where do I find another mutant? Luke tapped his fingers on the seat, and a person popped into his head. He didn't have a deep impression of mutants. Except for the two leaders who were still children, Magneto and Professor Charles, the only clear thing was that there's only that guy. Connor, look up James Howlett for me. He also had a brother, both of whom participated in the Normandy landings. Luke ordered him to go down and find a soldier who had served in the military. It wasn't difficult for him. Comment. 39 comments. Vote. Chapter 118. Chapter 115. Dessert is the most delicious after dinner. Get privilege access to 30+ chapters in advance and exclusive trial read of next book, and at least 2 daily chapters, only on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/bingetranslations. Liked our translations? Tip our translator. Visit paypal.me/randomalex. Luke returned to New York before nightfall. He still lived in the Tower Suite in Waldorf Astoria and hadn't changed locations. The next step is asset placement. Luke had already sketched out the rough shape of the business investment plan in his mind and talked to Howard about cooperation for a while. He believed the other party would be interested. Iron Man's father could be said to be prosperous recently. As a participant in the Manhattan Project, he entered the White House with Oppenheimer and was honored by the president. Stark Industries, which the Stark owned, had seen its stock prices soar. Of course, Howard wasn't responsible for this. The current U.S. stock market is different from the era when Warren Buffett fought the ups and downs of the Great Depression and told himself that he had too little knowledge. After the Great Depression and the war-era slump, the U.S. stock market was like a fountain that had been suppressed for a long time. It was about to usher in a sustained bull market for a long time. When the unstable situation disappeared after the war, those Wall Street stockbrokers closed their eyes and randomly selected 5 stocks out of 10 stocks that will go up. If he only wanted to make money, Luke could easily arrange to become the most successful businessman after the 20th century with a precise vision beyond the times. Then the script would become a rebirth in Wall Street instead of the Marvel Universe. Wealth and status were icing on the cake for him, not the primary purpose. After all, the 5 cosmic beings, and the higher beings in the living tribunal, didn't care about his social status and official rank. Just leave this to the hotel waiter. Luke returned to the hotel and quietly walked behind Melina. After looking at the beautiful girl with her apron tied and constantly busy, a smile couldn't help but appear at the corner of her mouth. I like to do it myself. Melina, who did not know beforehand, was startled and turned around to see the familiar face and smiled softly. Like a wife waiting for her husband to return home, she carefully helped Luke take off his uniform jacket. These days, he was busy dealing with official business, waiting for the award, and preparing for SHIELD. They haven't seen each other for a while. I just made mushroom soup, so I asked room service to bring over some more staple food. Melina was wearing a beige floral skirt and a pair of flat-heeled shoes under her feet. Her wavy black long hair was rolled up high, giving off a homey vibe. Casa said that you stayed in the hotel all day and never wanted to go out. That's not good. Luke put his arms around Melina's plump waist. This beautiful woman who came to New York from Sicily had a very different personality from Carter. The female agent was independent and self-reliant and always wanted to prove her ability. And Melina was the typical little woman who likes to stay at home. She only wanted to have a solid reliance and give herself enough security and never ask for anything else. Luke sometimes enjoyed the feeling of being depended on, so he often spent the night at Melina's. I read books, listened to the radio, and occasionally go for a walk in the garden below. Melina retorted, revealing a lovely romantic feeling from the corners of her eyes. Luke glanced at the magazines on his desk. Most of them were about cooking and flower arrangement. I'll ask Casa to introduce a reliable real estate agent someday. It's not good to stay in a hotel all the time. Luke put his plan to buy real estate on the agenda. He traveled back and forth between Washington, D.C., and New York, but he didn't ask too much for accommodation. Melina was different. A long-term stay in Waldorf would inevitably make her feel bored. Moreover, as a traveler, buying a house should be the top priority engraved in the depths of the soul. Mr. Alessandro is usually very busy, so there's no need to bother him with this small matter. Melina came over with some fragrant mushroom soup. He could see that she was an excellent cook. The rich cream, the sliced mushrooms, the scattered corn kernels, and the diced bacon were genuinely delicious. Trust me, he'll be happy to. Luke remembered the mafia leader, and the first thing he did after the meeting was to send himself a woman. This shows that the other party was a seasoned veteran when it came to pleasing the powerful. To win the favor of a military major general with a bit of effort was something many people would kill for. I'm going to have to put a mark on you later. Using the Super Demon card, Luke had recently mastered a new skill, the ability to imprint a specific person mentally. Like in the other studio, the shortcut to find Superman was to throw Lois Lane down the stairs. Even in Washington, D.C., if something happened to Melina, he will come as soon as possible. However, the above situation is unlikely to happen. If Hydra or the Hellfire Club dared to come to New York to cause a mess, they would be annihilated. Luke was happy to let them experience what an iron fist of justice was. Eat first, it's getting cold. Melina flicked her hair and looked forward to his evaluation. Before long, the room service pushed the dining car and delivered all kinds of main courses. There was foie gras, leg of lamb, as well as oyster and vegetable salad. Luke began to feast and enjoy the pleasurable dining experience. Stellar energy could support daily consumption, but it didn't fill his appetite. Mr. Alessandro said he wanted to see you. When Luke finished his dinner, Melina said so in passing as she cleared the table. The mafia leader who came to North America from Sicily and traveled across the ocean with all his family members was said to have established a firm foothold in New York. Luke asked Uncle Frank to introduce Alessandro to the Irish mob, and with a major general behind him as an umbrella, the NYPD turned a blind eye to these Italians. Alessandro was also brilliant. He had no plans to snatch the business from his compatriots and the Irish people. He didn't touch the lucrative business of smuggling and contraband. Instead, it took a different approach and started in the grey industry, such as casino games and money laundering. With great efforts, several underground casinos had been opened. Recently, the business was booming, and it had gradually gained a little fame in Lower Manhattan. "What can I do for you?" Luke was lying on the sofa, narrowing his eyes slightly. He didn't want to have too much contact with Alessandro's gang unless necessary. Since the end of the war, Luke's high status had led him to deal with a heavy workload every day. Carter was in charge of S.H.I.E.L.D, which was still in preparation. The mutant aspects could be given to Bolivar, he just had to wait for the results. The most important work still came from the White House and the Pentagon. Politicians on Capitol Hill competing with each other, military dignitaries who come to show goodwill and make friends, and some prominent entrepreneurs who wanted him to invest in themselves. Social parties and banquets take up most of the time. Sometimes the limelight was too strong, which wasn't necessarily a good thing. Luke sighed with emotion. Mr. Alessandro wants to follow the family name in Sicily and name the mafia the Corleone family, which of course requires your approval. Melina walked over and reached out to rub Luke's temples with moderate, gentle, and soothing pressure. She squatted on the edge of the sofa, plump and charming, stretching into a beautiful curve. "There is no need to ask my permission for such a trivial matter." After enjoying the massage for a while, Luke turned his head to Melina and said with a fiery look in his eyes, "I just want to taste the dessert after dinner now." Long nights with no mood to sleep, active physical exercise was the best way to live a healthy life. Comment. 39 comments. Vote. Chapter 119, Chapter 116 Howard, I'm here to talk about business. Binge. Don't join Patreon in the next 2 days if you're planning to. Because month is about to end. The next day, early morning. Luke took a deep breath and lifted his head from Melina's full breasts. The world was bleak, and the hearts of the people were cold. Only bed activities could provide some warmth. "I wanted to exercise in the morning." Luke couldn't help but feel a little pity when he saw the afterglow of the woman beside his pillow and seemed to be still immersed in a sweet dream. Although Melina worked hard, last night's exercise wasn't gratifying. He was reaching down and pulling up the thin quilt that had slipped off to cover the Sicilian darling's shoulder. Luke rolled out of bed and went into the bathroom. After washing, he opened the heavy curtains that blocked the light to welcome the rising sun of a new day. This kind of quiet life is desirable. Luke began to stretch his muscles. After becoming a Superman, he still hadn't put down his 100 push-ups and 100 sit-ups routine. He ordered breakfast through room service. After enjoying the meal, Luke kissed a sleepy Melina on the forehead and walked out the door in his Major General's uniform. Stark Industries. When he got into the black sedan, Luke told the driver the location. He was going to talk business with Howard. Only with sufficient funding to keep SHIELD running properly, it could escape from the constraints of the White House and the Pentagon completely. Otherwise, while the purse was held in someone else's hand, he wouldn't even have the right to speak. Stark Industries building was located on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan. It stood opposite the Empire State Building, which was currently the tallest building in the world. Luke's clothes were conspicuous, like an unimpeded entry permit. "Why do you have time to visit me today, Major General Cavill? Damn, you're moving up faster than a rocket." Howard, who had a mustache, smiled and brought over 2 glasses of whiskey. The receptionist called a long time ago to say that an unusually young military major general had come to visit. Howard knew who it was with little thought. "I just had to come back to New York, so I'm here." "Drinking in broad daylight, you have indulged." Luke took the glass and looked at Howard with his legs crossed. Because the Manhattan Project was disclosed, the other party was in the limelight recently. He's much more popular than the out-of-fashion Captain America and Superman, who gradually reduced their public appearances. You don't understand, Luke. This is a sign of inner emptiness. Howard drank a mouthful. With a lazy look, he frowned and said, if there's a goddess of wisdom in this world, then I think she has already left me. Ever since the Manhattan Project's research group was disbanded, my heart has been empty, and no number of women can fill it. Luke raised his eyebrows and smiled. You look pretty ill. Yes, that's what Jarvis said. I even had sex with 3 pretty girls at once, but it still didn't work. Howard looked at the ceiling and spoke with a melancholy expression. After a short period of pleasure, there's an endless emptiness. Everything is so dull and tasteless. Seeing Howard almost speaking like a sage, Luke shook his head and laughed. The Stark family father and son were the same. The difference is that every time Tony was in high spirits, he would go to his underground tinkering room to play with those machines and vent his sense of excitement and energy. After studying the atom, his father seems to have lost interest in ordinary things. Can the Tesseract interest you and bring back your desire for knowledge and vitality? Luke took a sip of whiskey. As if he saw a fish on the hook, he lightly said, I remember you were interested in it. The lonely and empty Howard suddenly turned over and sat up. His eyes instantly regained their light, and he rubbed his hands with passion. He asked, when do we start? After you join SHIELD. The Tesseract is a top-ranking item. Access wouldn't be granted by non-personnel. Luke threw out the conditions. Now, he thought it would be better for Nick Fury, the third-generation director. Carter and Howard laid the foundation, and Alexander Pierce laid the framework. Wait until the hard-boiled egg director is on top. It could be said, he only needed to sit on his hands and think of various ways to appropriate public funds. S.H.I.E.L.D. The reorganized Strategic Science Reserve. No problem. Howard didn't think much and nodded quickly. He was almost like a sage and desperately needed a challenging problem to stimulate his empty mind. Luke was quite satisfied. Bringing Howard in was great. Human resources +5. S.H.I.E.L.D. Scientific research strength +5. Capital reserves +10. Wait, you didn't come to see me today just to get me into S.H.I.E.L.D, did you? After nodding in agreement, Howard seemed to react and looked at Luke with eyes as if he was looking at a schemer. Give me back my feelings. The Tesseract, for a scientific research consultant title. You're not losing anything. Luke ignored Howard's complaint and continued, back to the topic, I came to see you today for other things too. I want to talk business with you. When it came to business, science, and women, Howard usually showed 100% seriousness. After thinking for a moment, he thought carefully and said, talking about business. Stark Industries recently won 2 orders from the Defense Department, and its military factory and weapons research and development center is saturated in industry. If you are short of money, I can. Howard, you misunderstood my meaning. Luke waved his hand to interrupt the other party's words. As a businessman and the helm of a military enterprise, any judgment Howard made should be based on a reasonable consideration of the company's interests. This is correct and won't make him unhappy. I'm not short of money. Luke put down his glass, leaned back on the sofa, and uttered this somewhat ostentatious truth. Before going out, Colonel Phillips called and told him some good news. The funding for SHIELD has been approved, and the site has been confirmed. Now Luke has an enormous budget of $16 million, so he wasn't short of money. $10 million in this era was plenty enough. Although it is not his personal property, as S.H.I.E.L.D. Director, embezzlement of public funds was naturally a traditional niche, there would be no problem. Congress did me the honor of not letting SHIELD stay in the same dilapidated building as the FBI. Luke said this because intelligence agencies such as the FBI and CIA were established to work in a few old apartments near the White House, and the funding allocated to their activities was only $450,000. Compared to them, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been very well favored. Well, it looks like you want to talk business. Howard shrugged his shoulders and corrected his attitude. Let me hear what the youngest major general on American soil, and the greatest war hero of all time, has to say about his ideas for making money. Does Stark Industries have any idea of entering the communications industry? Luke was ready to build mobile phones and communication networks before the age of communication would arrive. The reason why he thought this way was simply because he wasn't used to the era when information transmission was too backward. In the 1940s, Bell Telephone Laboratories in the United States manufactured the first digital scrambled speech transmission system. In 1958, Leonid Kupryanovich, an engineer of the Soviet Union, made further improvements to the handheld transceiver, reducing the weight from 3 kilograms to 500 grams. The wireless phone, the size of bricks, had to wait until 1973 when researched by an engineering technician from Motorola, Martin Cooper. The current communications industry was like a gold mine waiting to be mined. Comment. 33 comments. Vote. Chapter 120, Chapter 117. This man is from the future. Communications industry. AT&T has already done it. They have the core technology from Bell Labs. Even if Stark Industries enters, they may not be able to compete. Howard shook his head repeatedly when he heard Luke's proposal. The Department of Defense's contracts were not as good as those of the communications industry. Moreover, the initial investment was enormous. Laying cables and building communication systems were all necessary tasks that would take a lot of time and cost. The most important thing was that Stark Industries had to face the terrifying enemy, Bell Labs. Even with Howard's critical eye, he had to admit that it was the most extraordinary laboratory in the world. It may not be as good as the Manhattan Project, where talents and geniuses from all over the world come together. But it could also be called a pool of talents, which shouldn't be underestimated. Unlike his son, Howard occasionally sprang up with naive, idealistic romanticism. For example, give up the company's main activities, close the weapons manufacturing plant, put on the iron armor as a superhero, and so on. As a businessman, Howard was very rational. He wasn't optimistic about Luke's proposal. He thought that the communications field wasn't an excellent choice to expand the industry. Don't be in a hurry to answer yet, read my proposal before you say anything. Luke wouldn't come empty-handed since he wanted Howard to cooperate. With his super brain, quick thinking, and previous knowledge of related technologies, he spent several days working out a plan. Frankly speaking, once Superman used his brain, he could surpass over 90% of the world's geniuses. It was like turning on the grappling hook and frantically climbing on the technology tree. In the same 24 hours, Luke seemed to become +1 in intelligence every second. It was a complex problem to solve. He could get the answer after a few glances. Bell Labs is indeed the greatest laboratory on the planet, but this doesn't mean that AT&T could always monopolize the communications industry. While Howard was reading the plan, Luke explained his thoughts. You may not have noticed. As more and more people own cars due to the development of the automobile industry, mobile phones are in high demand, and communication is no longer limited to the home. According to my plan, Stark Industries will surely open a new era of mobile communication, and even AT&T, supported by Bell Labs, may not be an opponent. Luke certainly knew that AT&T had a trump card, Bell Labs. There have been 11 Nobel Prize winners in physics, 4 Turing Awards winners, and 16 winners of America's highest scientific awards. Since its establishment has obtained more than 30,000 patents, with an average of 1 patent per day. Many critical technologies of computers, televisions, mobile phones, cameras, and the Internet in future generations would come from Bell Labs. It's no exaggeration to say that it changed the world. In the original timeline, AT&T relied on Bell Labs to dominate the communications industry for more than 100 years, and it had always been the leader. No one could surpass it. It's unlikely that the communications empire built by Bell Labs would have collapsed, had it not been for the subsequent anti-monopoly laws that led to the dismantling and dismemberment of the giant. What Luke wanted to do is to take the lead in bringing the era of mobile communication, but with the help of Stark Industries' power, to easily arrange it. It would be pervasive in every household, from communications services to the Internet, mobile, and TV. As long as this business is done, it wouldn't be worse than Stark Industries' businesses. Did you do this all by yourself? Howard listened and flipped through the plan. The expression on his face changed, from the first careless to the later serious. Halfway through, as the most successful weapons tycoon in the country, his breathing became heavy, and his speed of turning the pages became faster and faster. Luke. You know. Because of you, for the first time, I feel that God isn't fair. Half an hour later, Howard spoke in a complicated tone. There was a surprise, excitement, and a hint of disbelief in his eyes. I've never been jealous of your Superman physique except when faced with too many pretty girls and being a little overwhelmed. I've always been proud of my genius brain too, but you've refreshed my perception today. It's not that you found any novel technology or made some amazing breakthrough. Instead, your vision is completely beyond this era. This plan is like a key to the future 50 years from now. Luke shrugged his shoulders and leisurely took in Howard's restless excitement. He thought that this was only the essential operation of someone traveling worlds. If he wanted to defeat Bell Labs, which was famous in the world, of course, he had to pull up the technological achievements of the same era. Besides, could a world traverser be regarded as a plagiarizer? This was only a good advantage, leading the technological innovation in advance. Luke reassured himself. That's not scientific. I don't mean to be rude, but Luke, you didn't even go to college, how did you come up with this? Howard gripped the thick project proposal and paced back and forth to calm his mood. This thick stack of paper simply depicted a blueprint for the future of the communication era. From the internal integrated chips, precision parts to the core technology of analog signal and frequency diversity, multiple access, even encrypted channels, automatic connection, etc. Including the establishment of urban communication networks, the development of cellular mobile communication networks in the later period, and mobile phones. Such content filled 50 to 60 pages. The dense and extensive arguments had almost mapped out development for the next 20 or 50 years. That's why Howard was shocked. Luke gave him not just one single technological invention but a path forward for the entire industry. Did you come back from the future in a time machine? Howard took a deep breath and stared at Luke sitting on the sofa to find out the honest answer from the other party. Yeah. The future world is fated to be ruled by artificial intelligence. To stop its evil plan to enslave humankind, I lead the resistance to build a time machine and use it to go back to the World War II era. This is my biggest secret. Don't tell anyone because it may attract danger. Luke was talking nonsense with an earnest look. Howard's half-believing expression amused him. Forget it, only having one genius in this world doesn't make sense. Well, Luke, welcome to the Genius Club, I'll give you credit for that. After a long time, Howard shook his head and sighed, seemingly somewhat dejected. Now, even the proudest genius had lost the capital to show off in front of Luke, which was depressing. How do you want to collaborate? Howard, who had calmed down, began to test Luke's bottom line. He had no interest in the communications industry and didn't think Stark Industries would beat Bell Labs for the market share of U.S. telephone and telegraph companies. But things were different now. With this plan, not to mention taking over the market, Howard was even confident in building a communications empire. I'll take 60% of the shares with the technology. Stark Industries will put in the capital and can take the remaining 30%, and give the rest away. The establishment of a mobile communications network must have government support. Luke didn't beat around the bush and spoke bluntly. He took a fancy to the substantial financial resources of Stark Industries and the deep foundation behind it. If the communication industry was to develop, it must have the support of the government. Although Luke had a place in the military, he was weak in politics. As long as Stark Industries was in the market, its development wouldn't have any difficulties in the later periods. It makes sense. With your proposal, your design, and technology, Stark Industries quickly picked up a bargain. Howard nodded and agreed to this simple distribution plan. If there's a change in the terms and conditions, it had to be done later. In that case, let's have good cooperation. Luke smiled and held out his hand, which Howard held tightly. The two looked at each other with a smile and seemed to see the arrival of a new era. Weekly mass release. Every 300 PS equals +1 extra chapter tomorrow. Comment. 40 comments. Vote. Chapter 121, Chapter 118. I'm very good at dealing with problems. After agreeing to finalize the cooperation, Luke and Howard had a detailed discussion on some specific issues. To complete the initial establishment of a mobile communication system, strong support from the government was needed. Next, the public relations team of Stark Industries would meet with the mayor and various council members to obtain preferential policies and tax exemptions. It's best to get a few trial runs to see how it works. To sum it up, this was a massive project. It would take at least 2 to 3 years for the early industrial layout and urban communication network to be laid, not including the obstruction of the competitor, AT&T. Howard didn't care about short-term interests. He was more interested in the prospects of the communication industry. Although the contents in the plan seemed to be ahead of schedule, on reflection, Howard thought it was more like an accurate prediction. Considering the anti-monopoly bill, I think the communications business shouldn't be placed under Stark Industries' name. Howard was cautious, and he proved to be correct. AT&T, which originally monopolized 80% of the market, was forced to split into more than a dozen subsidiaries under the pressure of the anti-monopoly bill, thus going down. You can't ask me to start a company as a major general. It won't look good. Luke curled his lips. His mind flashed, saying, if we have to deal with the anti-monopoly bill, you can send a representative, and I will send another representative to set up a new company together. Howard gave a crisp snap of his fingers in agreement. What's the name of the new company? He asked. Skynet. Out of bad taste, Luke came up with such a name. Does the name have any other meaning? It looks like you've already thought of it. Howard frowned. Luke's image became more and more mysterious in his mind. So much so that this weapons tycoon began to doubt the bullshit rhetoric of going back in time with a time machine. After all, there had been so many incredible miracles involving the other party. Before that, no one could have imagined that the war would end in the hands of one person. You wouldn't understand if I told you. Luke shook his head regretfully. Citing movies and stories lose half the fun if the other party didn't know it. Well, what are you going to do next? From what I know about you, Luke, you don't seem like a quiet guy. Howard didn't bother to inquire too deep. Everyone had secrets, so there's no need to get to the bottom of it. After the war, Rogers lost his goal, and I was in a void. Why don't you look like you're in any of these situations? Luke smiled at this question. He had so many things to do that he's almost overwhelmed. Develop SHIELD to get rid of the constraints of the White House and the military as soon as possible. Gather the mutants, bring down the Hellfire Club, and get rid of Sebastian Shaw. Get even with Hydra, how and collect information about the Inhumans to avoid them living on the moon and becoming ticking time bombs. If he had time, he should take the initiative to go to Karmatage to talk to the Sorcerer Supreme and confirm whether the other party was hostile. There were so many things waiting for Luke to deal with or plan, how could he have no goal? He had always been a man who disliked being passive. Rather than waiting for reality to come to pass, and revel in frustration, Luke preferred to take the initiative and be fully prepared for anything. Only in this way could he feel safe as a traverser. To put it simply, the young Major General had a strong desire for control and wanted to bring all the changes under his control. In essence, this was somewhat similar to Batman, with countless plans in his head. They were both suffering from severe persecution paranoia and needed psychological treatment. I'm looking forward to the future, Howard. Because it was wonderful. Luke replied vaguely. Is that so? I think you look like a cheating student who knows the answer and can't wait for the test to start. Howard's observation ability was quite sharp. He continued, back to the topic, I also hope that the Tesseract can stimulate my genius, stimulate my inspiration, and keep me from being so sluggish. Addicted to alcohol and women. This life is too boring. It's not the life I'm looking for. Howard, who got out of his descent to sagehood, looked upright. It looked as if he wasn't the one who rolled in the sheets with 3 beautiful girls a few days ago. Trust me, soon, your self-confidence will be shattered by the Tesseract. Luke gloated. Studying the Infinity Stones is difficult. Even back then, 2 famous geniuses in the Marvel world, Tony Stark and Banner Bruce, Iron Man and Hulk, joined forces and spent a lot of time trying to understand the Mind Stone thoroughly, but created Ultron, that filial son. We'll see what happens. Howard himself was full of confidence, but his eyes couldn't hide his tired look. In addition, I think you should find a managing CEO. Business management will consume most of your energy, and you can't concentrate on the research. Luke warned aloud when he saw the other person rubbing his swollen temples, excessively using his brain. He remembered Iron Man's father. There should be a bald partner who had always been there. Obadiah Stane, the villain who almost made Stark Industries change its leadership and provided experience value for Iron Man. I'm also looking for the right person for the job. I intend to devote 100% of my energy and time to the Tesseract research, and I intend to hand over the management of the company to professionals. Howard, who held several meetings in succession today, leaned against the wide and comfortable leather seat. Stark's industry was on the right track, and it only needed to develop steadily step by step. Sooner or later, it could surpass those old military enterprises, so he was ready to devote his thoughts to the places he was more interested in. For example, studying the Tesseract. By the way, where's Rogers? I heard that he has gone through a second transformation and his chest muscles are even stronger than before. After talking about work, Howard began to chat. He was also a well-informed person and had long heard about the subsequent events on the European battlefield. Steve, he is considering whether to retire honorably and then return to Brooklyn to be an ordinary person. Do you think a super soldier could adapt to the life of mowing the lawn and watching football games at home? Luke shook his glass. He wanted to bring Captain America in and add Howard to form the first generation of the Avengers. The world's first superhero band to debut sounds pretty cool, doesn't it? However, after the war, there were no decent opponents at all. He still didn't know where Sebastian Shaw and the Hellfire Club were. As a villain, Luke was disappointed because that guy didn't have the spirit to make how any mischief. As for Hydra, Baron Strucker had disappeared after bringing down the wickedness of the Third Empire. With all due respect to Rogers, he never wanted to admit the fact that he was different from the rest of the world. Howard took out a box of cigars and lit them with long matches. He said, in fact, super soldiers like you are essentially different from us. Isn't it funny that you can lift a car, punch through steel plates, and still pretend to be normal? Luke, do you know what I admire most about you? As Superman, you never hide, and you don't intend to package yourself as a harmless and benign figure. This is the reason why the military is lenient with you. I remember they had planned to hold a hearing to ask you about your suit and other questions, but it ended in vain. Because some people said, what if Superman refuses the summons? Do we have the means to compel him to submit to the will of the country? Luke put down his glass. He had heard Colonel Phillips say it. After the public debut in Berlin, many people were interested in his Kryptonian battle suit, the ability to fly, and the disposable Green Lantern Corps disc. To be honest, if they do hold a hearing, I will be there on time. The corners of Luke's mouth pursed slightly and gently said, I asked Dr. Zola to improve Woden's blood, thus gaining more power and being able to get rid of gravity. It makes sense, right? Hydra secretly developed a high-tech battle suit that is extremely bulletproof and can automatically repair itself, right? As for me destroying a bomber group alone in Berlin, most of it is Steve's credit. Those bombers were shot down by him standing on the Eiffel Tower. It's a pity that you missed it. The scene was spectacular. Captain America was shooting down the planes. You see, there are reasonable explanations for all these problems. Even after I returned to New York, the military arranged to take a blood sample from me, and I didn't resist. Luke spread out his hands and spoke with a smile on his face, am I not cooperating enough? Howard narrowed his eyes and asked curiously, what if the military asks you to hand in your battle suit or participate in the research to replicate the super soldier? They won't do that. Why? Welcoming Howard's wondering eyes, Luke frankly said, "Have you heard the story of Gordian knot? Legend has it that Gordian was the king of Phrygia in ancient Greece. He made a complicated knot on an ox cart he used before and put it in the temple of Zeus, saying that those who can untie this knot would rule the continent. Then Alexander the Great cut off the complicated knot with his sword." The young major general sitting on the sofa smiled and said, "I learned from this story that if you can't solve a complicated problem, then find the root cause and eliminate the person who raised the problem. So, the president, or the legislators, better not give me any problems." After listening, Howard was speechless. Fortunately, the congressmen in Capitol Hill weren't stupid enough to cause trouble for the other party. Comment. 26 comments. Vote. Chapter 122, Chapter 119 Leviathan, The Red Room. Time's always passing without a sound, and it wasn't easy to notice. After the end of the war, the people of New York were finally able to live a quiet life. They no longer had to worry about food shortages or the tragic fate of being relegated to the lower class. In its place, factory workers were brutally exploited by their bosses, and there were severe livelihood problems. But in one respect, they were better than their 20th century descendants. Now the people of New York at least didn't have to put up with masked weirdos flying around overhead, and they didn't have to worry about a sudden attack by an alien fleet. A peaceful day was typical for everyone. 2 months later, Luke flew back to Washington, D.C. from Manhattan and showed up at the door of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s headquarters. Stark Industries quickly produced a prototype based on the detailed design drawings during this not too long and not too short period. The mobile phone, which was supposed to be available only in 1973, came out ahead of schedule. Although not yet in production, the rapid arrival of the era of mobile communications could already be foreseen. Luke had to lament about this. The father and son of the Stark family, both of whom were very active, never left any problem for the next day. For the sake of the initial stage in entrepreneurship, I reluctantly put up with it. Luke stood at SHIELD headquarters in Potomac Shores, shaking his head and sighing. Compared to the crowded Pentagon, the 39-story building in front of him looks a bit shabby indeed. "General. Good morning." Holding his head high, Luke walked into the grand hall and saw a vibrant group of young agents. They all habitually refer to him as General, not Director. Shaking a habit is not easy. Luke took the elevator and went all the way up. After the official establishment of SHIELD, Carter, as the head administrator, took the initiative to request the FBI and CIA to provide human resources and reinforcements. In this way, a lot of elites have been drawn from those intelligence agencies. J. Edgar Hoover, the head of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, had also gone to the president to complain about this. He said that Major General Cavill received so much funding but still came to steal his staff. Wasn't this bullying honest people? CIA not yet called by that name, the correct term is Office of Strategic Services head, Roscoe Hillenkoetter also nodded aggressively at the same time. At least he was also a rear admiral, his rank isn't any lower than Major General Cavill. So, how could the other party not even say a word of greeting and directly transferred a group of people away? The president had no choice but to call Luke to the White House, intending to hear his explanation. However, in regards to the above charges, the young general's response was, "I greeted at the last reception, I approached Mr. Hoover and Admiral Hilincoeta, and said that SHIELD personnel were tight and wanted to borrow some people. As soon as this remark came out, the heads of both intelligence agencies turned pale. If they didn't know they were no match for Superman, they would have thrown up their fists and charged. Could you take the words said at the wine table seriously? Hoover, the head of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, even publicly took nude pictures of President Roosevelt's wife. Everyone just laughed at it, and no one looked deeper into it. In the end, the matter came to nothing. The president could only reassure the two top administrators of the intelligence agencies and ignore their explicit request for some funding as compensation. Since then, none of the military heads had dared to talk business at the wine table with Luke. After all, if you couldn't mess with him, you can only stay away. I understand the expansion of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the necessity to move faster. But don't be so aggressive, and leave the president a little dignity. Luke arrived on the 34th floor and walked into the office to see Carter in a brown dress with black heels. The cold and attractive female agent is now the commander of SHIELD. Responsible for internal affairs management, field assignments, and all other tasks. They don't give a damn about SHIELD. Hoover, in particular, touted himself as Washington's secret agent in the shadows. What's the big deal about taking a few nude pictures of the president's wife and knowing about a few Senate scandals? Carter's hands were propped up on the table, and her abundant capital shifted violently, causing Luke to blink a little. The latter made a gesture of surrender and said in a relaxed tone, "Well, we've offended a lot of people anyway." But Hoover took pictures. The FBI director is a pervert and sexually abnormal. Carter replied with a look of disgust. Luke, who was a member of the popcorn-eating audience, was amazed that this group of bigwigs was at the top of the power pyramid. They were good at juggling their private lives. How is SHIELD doing so far? Luke, as a hands-off manager, had no perception that he was the boss. SHIELD's work was mainly handed over to Carter, and he seldom cared about specific affairs. Facts have proven that the other party had this ability. In just a few months, the whole organization was already on the right track. Not bad. The total number of people is maintained at about 400. Most of them are logisticians and clerical staff. The real agents and field agents, added up to less than 100, which also includes overseas spies and agents. Carter said in a very organized manner, handing him a detailed list. As for the Hydra thing you mentioned before, there's no exact news. However, I noticed an oil refining company. According to reliable information, it had received an overseas capital injection from the Soviet Union, which is currently being traced. Luke took the information and scanned through it, memorizing the contents in his head. Carter, sitting in the position of commander of S.H.I.E.L.D., fully demonstrated her smart and capable side. She went on to say, "If you look at Dr. Zola's testimony, I have good reason to suspect that Hydra is hiding in the Soviet Union and is in collusion with a group called Leviathan." Luke nodded his head. This coincided with his previous assumptions. After World War II, the Allies won. The Axis camp had fallen apart and lost its potential and possibilities for development in a short period. Like fish on a chopping block, at the mercy of others. If Hydra wanted to grow, it would choose a country with a rapid rise in power and turmoil. We have sacrificed 4 agents during this time, and they all died at the hands of Leviathan. They have an organization called the Red Room which trains high-quality spies and agents for assassination missions. Carter collected a lot of information. Even the Red Room was dug up. Most people have only heard of the KGB, but they didn't know that there was such a spy training camp hidden in the shadows of the Soviet Union. Well done, Luke complimented. Those were small touches. He was more concerned about the whereabouts of mutants. I heard you found James Howlett. The search for Wolverine's whereabouts was also one of the tasks Luke assigned to SHIELD. More precisely, we found his brother, Victor Creed. Carter found the profile data, opened it, and read, he should be the mutant you were talking about. Previously, he and James Howlett performed brilliantly in the Normandy landing, but his brother, Victor Creed's character, is much more violent. He disobeyed the orders of his superiors several times and contradicted the officers. Most recently, he killed a senior officer, resisted arrest, and was sentenced to death along with James Howlett. Incredibly, they were both shot in the head but didn't die. Instead, they killed the execution team. This was 4 months ago. Currently, Victor Creed is being held in a military camp in New Jersey, and his brother James Howlett is missing. Comment. 35 comments. Vote. Chapter 123, Chapter 120 How to have friendly communication with a cranky old man. Binge. Read 30+ privilege chapters on ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** But I have important question for the readers who have webnovel membership. Do you get the extra daily coins even if you miss the check-in? I mean, must I open my account? Comment here and let me know, guys. Ty. Luke was standing at the door of a cell in a military camp in New Jersey. General, Victor Creed is locked up here. He is dangerous and aggressive. The military officer behind him warned. He looked at Luke with a look of admiration. To many soldiers, Superman is a great legend and a hero who ended the war. In recent times, Luke had put off many interviews and reduced the number of public appearances to focus on s.h.i.e.l.ds work. But his reputation was still growing with each passing day, making him an icon for today's young people. It's okay. Open the door. Luke smiled lightly. Wolverine's brother had a violent temper, which he already knew. The officer pulled out the key and opened the iron cell door. The afternoon sun shone through. He held the gun pouch at his waist with one hand and stood in front of the young general to prevent any incidents. Victor Creed, from Canada. Luke walked into the damp, dark, cramped cell and was greeted by the stench of decay and murky air. He couldn't help raising his eyebrows slightly and raising his hand to cover his mouth and nose, shielding his sense of smell. A tall, rough-faced, tough-looking man with a beard sat in the corner, with heavy handcuffs on his arms and legs. A mouse crawled on his shoulder and let out a squeak. Across the muddy ground, you could still see some scraps of flesh and blood. Wearing a short-sleeved top, he showed off two strong arms. Dense bullet holes are visible on them. You are accused of killing a senior officer and have been sentenced to 1,000 hours of being constantly shot at. Tell me, how does that feel? The tall figure blocked the warm sunlight squeezing through the doorway, which annoyed Victor, teasing the mouse. He opened his mouth like a wild animal, showing his white teeth, and said, "To be honest, that tickles me a little. Well, I heard that you and James Howlett, your brother, were both extremely talented soldiers who participated in the Normandy landing and survived." Luke continued. S.H.I.E.L.D's intelligence work was excellent in that they had almost dug up all the details of this Sabretooth. Simply put, he and Wolverine were half-brothers. The whole childhood story was a very bloody family drama. Wolverine's father is a Canadian businessman with a successful career, but it is a pity that he was cheated on with the estate's groundskeeper. When he was out doing business, the family gardener worked during the day and had worked overtime at night, comforting his lonely wife. The businessman, who later learned of the incident, dismissed the groundskeeper and forgiven his wife. In the end, he didn't expect that one night the drunken groundskeeper Logan caused trouble and accidentally killed the businessman. After experiencing the pain of losing his father, little James triggered his body's ability to grow sharp claws formed by his bones. He used the pair of sharp claws to pierce the groundskeeper's heart, not realizing that the other party was his father. After that, it was the tragic story of Victor Sabretooth. He escaped with his frightened half-brother, and the two wandered around. The mutant brothers have a powerful ability to heal themselves and age slowly. In search of a way to die or a more exciting life, the two men served multiple tours in the military. From the Civil War to World War I and World War II, they had participated in them all and were veterans of 100 wars. Due to the long period, S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't do a meticulous background check. Part of it is Luke's understanding of the stories in his mind. That's nothing. I've been in more thrilling battles. Victor grimaced, looking up at the two silver stars on his opponent's shoulder patch, and said with disdain, "General, whose ass did you lick to get this position? President? Or is it just a bunch of random military commanders who give orders?" The self-healing ability, combined with long life, made Sabretooth quite disdainful of ordinary people. Just from the appearance, Luke is at most 25 years old. How many wars could he have participated in? How many dangerous life and death scenarios had he experienced? Young, but had a high position. What was the reason? You wouldn't need a brain to figure it out. Show some respect, you cold-blooded monster. Major General Cavill is a war hero decorated by the President, much better than beasts like you. The young officer in front of Luke snapped at him, almost pulling out his pistol and putting a hole in Sabretooth's head. The name Superman had long spread all over the country. Luke's merit was even more unquestionable. His idol was slandered. How could he tolerate it? War hero. You're the guy called Superman by Roosevelt and Churchill. Victor squinted his eyes, and only then did he fully see the half-lit, half-dark young face. In vain. Thud. Luke took a step forward, past the young officer, and lifted his right leg without an expression. Before Victor responded, his head was stomped into the concrete wall, creating a conspicuous crater. The military boot crushed the distorted face covered with anger. No matter how the opponent struggled, he couldn't lift it. The force was so strong that it caused a bloody trail on the wall. I appreciate talented and capable people. I don't like to talk nonsense. Luke stood upright and calmly said, I can understand that you're a veteran who has seen war and killings, a beast who has adapted to the law of the jungle. You will inevitably be a little wild. But it's best to distinguish the occasion and identify the target clearly before you show your claws, Victor. The young Major General pressed his foot firmly against Sabretooth, who was emitting a muffled growl. His opponent's hard skull felt like it was about to crack. On his 10 fingers, sharp knife-like nails tore the concrete and scraped out clear marks to vent the innermost fury in his heart. I'll rip your heart out and let you die wailing. He gritted his teeth and snarled. He had always been invincible in battle because of his almost immortal-like self-healing ability and keen beast intuition. As a result, he developed an impulsive, bloodthirsty personality. Simply put, he's a cranky old man. I'm good at communicating with guys like you. The corners of Luke's mouth lifted slightly as he released his right foot from Sabretooth's face. With the sudden release of this cranky old man, he immediately rolled over and got up. His two sharp claws raised high. Victor is very confident. Given a second, he could have ripped open the delicate veins in Luke's neck and tasted the incredible sensation of warm blood spurting on his face. On that bearded face, the bloody wounds caused by friction had repaired themselves. This shows how powerful the self-healing ability of his muscular physique is. Too slow. Luke shook his head. This guy was like a feral beast, killing and fighting on instinct. He might be invincible against an ordinary soldier, but when faced with Superman, who took up Deathstroke's Master Assassin card, it was simply clumsy to brush up his proficiency. Snap! The retracted right leg kicked out abruptly, and the air made a loud noise. Like an iron whip, it struck Victor with force. His heavy body, like a cannonball, crashed directly through the concrete wall behind him. If there were no shackles on his hands and feet, the humanoid beast would have flown far away. Cough cough. Victor spat out a bloody spit. His sternum collapsed as if a heavy hammer had hit him. If not for his robust vitality, coupled with the mutant self-healing ability, this mutant would have died on the spot. Don't think you could be arrogant just because your injuries heal automatically and you can't be killed. If you ever flash your claws at me again, I'll put you in a box, pour a ton of cement over you, and throw you into the Mariana Trench. Luke walked up to the fallen Sabretooth and smiled kindly. Hearing this warning, the cranky old man finally calmed down. A bit of fear appeared in his eyes. Reduced to that point, wouldn't it be worse than death? I'm sorry, General. I shouldn't have offended you. After struggling for 10 seconds, Sabretooth squeezed the words out of his throat. Very good. Luke nodded with satisfaction and praised, it seems that we have reached an agreement, Victor. Comment. 41 comments. Vote. Chapter 124, Chapter 121 What is evolution? Perfect race theory. Now read 40 chapters in advance on ************* Patreon.com/binge translations. Luke shows his kind side after getting to know Sabretooth Victor. He beckoned to the young officer who was standing in the cell in a daze and ordered, "Get him an ID badge." Victor Creed, a member of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s task force. As of today, you will continue to serve. Yes, General. Sabretooth, whose sternum had collapsed, coughed twice and slowly rose to his feet. The self-healing ability began to take effect. His shattered bones and injured internal organs healed at an alarming rate. The cranky old man, who had been beaten up a bit, was much more restrained. Most mutants who have never been beaten by society have an inexplicable sense of superiority and consider themselves superior to humans. Sebastian Shaw and his spiritual successor Magneto have relied on this approach to either brainwash or unite a group of compatriots. Trask will definitely like you. Luke saw Sabretooth's self-healing ability and began to think about bringing his brother, Wolverine, into the picture. In this way, he will have the proper people to spar in training the future skill card's proficiency. Sabretooth alone certainly wouldn't last long. With the thick-skinned Wolverine, the pair of brothers could withstand being Luke's punching bag. Although he didn't know who this Trask Luke was talking about, his extremely keen beast intuition warned Sabretooth that it probably wasn't something good. At the thought of being a miserable lab rat, a cold chill ran down his spine. The idea of running away sprouted in his mind. Victor, believe me, it's not a good choice. Luke seems to have guessed it and eloquently said, you will become a wanted criminal of the military. When your photos are published in the newspaper, you will have to face the comprehensive pursuit of S.H.I.E.L.D, the state and county police. Then you can only hide in the woods and live like a beast. You may not care. After all, you are a beast. But believe me, if you get caught running away again, you'll end up in a horrible situation. I have a scientist named Bolivar Trask who is very interested in mutants. Maybe then we will experiment on you, such as cutting your body in half, which half will be the first to start healing itself. Perhaps we can cut one, Victor, and end up with two Victors. Wouldn't that be interesting? Sabretooth's hair stood on end, and his heart couldn't restrain the fear. At this time, he realized that the self-healing ability that had allowed him to charge with such abandon on the battlefield, could also be turned into a form of torture. This young general is simply the devil. General, I will never run away. Sabretooth gulped, giving a serious expression of guarantee. If Wolverine saw his brother's courteous appearance, he would be shocked. It wasn't his foul-mouthed brother's temperament. He was usually like an explosive barrel full of curses. By the way, what's your name? After a friendly chat with Sabretooth, Luke was ready to fly straight back to New York. Before leaving, he stared at the young officer for a few seconds and vaguely felt that he looked familiar. Report General, my name is William Stryker. The young officer saluted. Is this fate? Luke couldn't help but smile. He harvested Sabretooth, finished the main task, and found the future mutant butcher. Human resources +2. Team strength +1. Stryker, right? How long have you served? Luke asked with great interest. Right now, Stryker hasn't experienced the pain of losing family members, let alone met his fated perfect creation Wolverine. The whole person looks like a hot-blooded young man, full of vigor. Reported General, 1 year and 4 months. Luke glanced at the rank on his shoulder, Corporal. It looked like he hadn't been in the military for too long. It's no wonder that he appeared in the new barracks in New Jersey. So, Corporal Stryker, would you be interested in working for me? Luke asked with a smile. This kind of bad habit of collecting plot characters is as addictive as drawing cards. Once you start, you can't stop. He wasn't a stamp collector before. Can I? Stryker was so overwhelmed that he even wondered if he heard voices. It was like a fan going to the airport to meet an idol, but the latter said her house is quite extensive. Do you want to? Cough cough, seems to be the wrong metaphor. Anyway, that's probably what it was. Stryker still thinks it's unbelievable. Report to Washington, D.C. next week, Corporal Stryker. Luke didn't bother to say much, leaving a word and directly taking off into the sky. The tall and straight figure tore away with billowing air and disappeared into the clouds, leaving a sea of admiration and eyes looking up at the new barracks in New Jersey. At the same time, Florida has a long coastline of over 1,000 miles, with many islands dotting the blue sea like pearls. This is a resort area with numerous islands that have been kept tranquil and pristine. You could enjoy the charming beach, go boating and surfing at sea, or spend an afternoon at the pier with a fishing rod and then feast at a seafood restaurant. All in all, life had a slow and comfortable pace here, attracting a large number of tourists every year. What a great place to relax and forget your worries. A middle-aged man wearing some sort of strange helmet lamented at a beach bar on Anna Maria Island. He sat by the window with a glass of beer, looked at the strong young man opposite, smiled, and said, "My name is Sebastian Shaw, a tourist on vacation. Do you mind if I sit here?" The strong young man with long black hair, 2 strong arms, and bronze skin shook his head and said, "Be my guest." He seemed to have no desire to talk, and after giving a brief answer, he kept silent. "Where are you from?" "I'm from Europe. I have to say, the war is terrible. Everything is out of control." The middle-aged man, who gave him his name, spoke as if he was talking to himself. "I have seen too many innocent people being persecuted and killed. Not only Jews but also many compatriots with extraordinary abilities." The robust young man looked up and spoke in a low voice, "Mr. Shaw, are you German?" Sebastian nodded his head without concealing it. He sincerely said, "Country, color, ethnicity, these are all external aspects. I'm a scientist, and I follow my heart. The extreme racial theories from the Third Reich are too radical and superficial. Do blonde hair and blue eyes mean perfect blood? That's ridiculous. So, Mr. Shaw, what do you think?" The strong young man seemed to take some interest and asked with a frown. "Of course, it's genes. Only the genes that are engraved in the human body are the true revered spiritual guides." Sebastian was so excited about the conversation that he held up the beer and said, "Genes are constantly evolving. The gift of learning. The ability to adapt to the environment. No. The evolutionary instinct that drove us through genocide, through the Ice Age, through the Black Death. The perfection of a race depends on genes. The Third Reich thinks that Aryans are a higher race, and blonde hair and blue eyes are a sign of perfection, which is foolish. That's just the result of genetic variation and has nothing to do with evolution." The young man was lost in thought. He subconsciously asked, "What is evolution?" "Ability." Sebastian smiled at the corner of his mouth, looked up, and took a sip of beer, saying, "Humans learned to make tools, learned to make fire, and got rid of the primitive era of ignorance. When Prometheus stole fire for the world in mythology, was it only fire he brought with him? No, it was the ability to learn and inspire wisdom. The degree of evolution of a race depends on ability. For example, a longer life, a stronger body, and more difference from others." The young man frowned, oblivious to the fact that the guests in the bar had already gone away. A woman with snow-white skin and an icy face appeared behind him at some point. The woman's fingers were placed near his temples, and his lips were slightly opening and closing, repeating Sebastian's words. "Evolution is cruel, and the higher races should eliminate the inferior races, just as Homo sapiens replaced Neanderthals." Sebastian said with a smile. "Don't you think so, Naima Mackenzie?" The young man's eyes were confused and gradually became empty. After a long time, he nodded with certainty, "That's right. Evolution is cruel." Comment. 36 comments. Vote. Chapter 125, Chapter 122. Interested in talking, Sorcerer Supreme. Get privilege access to 40+ advanced chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Support translator, paypal.me/randomalex. Does he approve of mutants? In the luxurious suite at Anna Maria Island's waterfront hotel, a cold, beautiful woman with snow-white skin held a glass of red wine and handed it to Sebastian Shaw. Naima Mackenzie, unlike ordinary people, isn't mentally fragile. His mind is at my mercy. I can only guide him to believe in the correct theory that mutants are supreme. Sebastian Shaw smiled confidently, took the glass, and said, "Sure. I could see Naima Mackenzie's flaws right away. He isn't a determined person, his face is full of confusion, hesitation, and lack of direction. As a puppet, he is easy to control." The cold woman nodded as she delved into Naima's mind and felt the overwhelming emotion that was evident. "If I hadn't worked with Hydra before, I wouldn't have known that in this world, apart from humans and mutants, there are also Atlanteans. They exist in the depths of the Atlantic Ocean and have never been attacked by outsiders." Sebastian was a little thrilled. He has been hiding with the people from the Hellfire Club since the Third Reich collapsed and disintegrated. This mad scientist wasn't a quiet, mundane type of person. On the contrary, Sebastian is power-hungry and ambitious and has always seen mutants as tools and weapons. Therefore, he hopes to find an opportunity to lead the Hellfire Club towards its rise. But a world where war has just ended, the order is being rebuilt, power is being reshuffled, and there is no room for mutants to develop. Atlanteans live at the bottom of the ocean. Unlike humans, they are born with blue skin and the ability to breathe underwater. Sebastian told her the information he got from Hydra. Naima Mackenzie is an exception. Born from an Atlantean princess and an American naval captain, he had the skin color and appearance of a human and was once discriminated against and banished from Atlantis for this reason. Hydra and Atlantis had contact. The beautiful woman was a bit surprised by the strength of the organization. Although Red Skull lost, Hydra's capabilities were still preserved. They have studied many ancient civilizations of humankind. It isn't surprising for them to know the existence of Atlantis. Sebastian savored his red wine and whispered, "Emma, only relying on mutants won't be enough to fight against the massive society that humans have built up. We need to make them kill each other and consume each other so that we could have a chance. And that's what humans are good at." Emma Frost, the beautiful and cold woman, listened silently. She was the White Queen in Hellfire Club, ranking second only to Sebastian Shaw. She is a rare alpha mutant with similar mental abilities to Professor Baldhead, who can read other people's thoughts and memories and even perform mind control. Had Sebastian Shaw not found a unique material in the Soviet Union that isolates the mind and made a helmet out of it, he could have been restrained by the White Queen, not to mention convincing the other side to join the Hellfire Club. What about Superman? The White Queen turned on the TV and stared at the young Major General's image on the news. "Luke Cavill is a formidable opponent, but not as scary as I thought. When I master my abilities, along with your mind control, sooner or later, this Superman will kneel in front of the Hellfire Club." Sebastian's ambition is so intense that he could absorb all forms of abilities, convert them and unleash them. This included electricity, heat, kinetic energy, and so on. It can be said that even if tanks and bombers came together, they might not be able to hurt the Black King of this Hellfire Club. The only drawback may be that Sebastian's energy storage has a limit. Once exceeded, his body would explode, and he would die. I once thought about helping the Third Reich and destroying Luke Cavill. However, at that time, I wasn't able to fully control my ability. Now it's different, I received a greater level of evolution. Sebastian looked out at the night sea, full of ambition. He carefully studied Superman's ability, which is nothing more than a substantial strengthening of physical qualities, in addition to flight and heat vision. He has just the right amount to restrain him. Wait until I convince Naima Mackenzie to join the Hellfire Club and identify himself as a mutant, then go after that Superman. Sebastian looked at the tall figure reflected in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and smiled. By the way, get the Azazel and the others out. Emma, the White Queen, frowned slightly but did not comment. Outside the window, dark clouds gathered slowly. Heavy rain was about to fall. SHIELD. Headquarters, Washington, D.C. Luke turned his seat and turned his back to the door. Looking through the French windows, we could see the bright night along the Potomac River. Thoughts arise and fall like waves and settle into a plan. When the night got darker, Luke leaned back in his seat. He seemed to sense something and frowned. The stable space was cut open, and sparks of magic pulsated. The scent of incense from Kathmandu, the chanting of bells and meditation, drifted through. I have been waiting for you, Ancient One. Luke, with a glass of whiskey in his right hand, smiled and said, I thought you would come earlier. For example, in Brooklyn, or Sicily, Rome, or even Paris. I didn't expect our first meeting to be in Washington, D.C. The folding and changing void space opened a circular passage, and a figure in a yellow robe arrived. Lifting the hood that hides her face, a bright and shiny bald head emerged. You knew I would come? The intruder asked with great interest. I was just ready for the day when the Sorcerer Supreme would come to my door. Luke turned his chair, put down his glass, and looked directly at the other person. There will come a time, won't there? What do people like me look like to you? A stowaway, or a visitor from another world? The young Major General didn't conceal his intention and directly asked his question. Since Sorcerer Supreme took the initiative to come to him, she must have understood his identity. Pretending not to know, and continuing to play dumb, will only make the other party look down on her for no reason. In the Marvel studio, bald heads are more difficult to deal with. For example, a mutant professor who is currently still a child. Or perhaps the Sorcerer Supreme that appeared in front of him. Their presence leaves no doubt that a bald head was most likely a sign of strength. Or, maybe there is some kind of addition to personal strength. Then again, Thanos has no hair, right? And Nick Fury, forget it, the hard-boiled egg director has no other skills except using public funds. Luke's eyes drifted off as if he had discovered some big, shocking secret. There are many kinds. The Sorcerer Supreme seems to have entered a conversational mood. Her right arm slightly lifted, and a chair automatically slid over. She sat in the chair and talked with Luke face to face. The three sanctuaries often capture strange spirits from other dimensions or other worlds. The standard measure is for them to be returned. The Sorcerer Supreme said patiently. Occasionally, there will be exceptions. For example, when the dimensions overlap and the space are turbulent, many innocent people are unfortunately killed. The soul passes through the gap between the dimension of space and the universe. After judging that there is no danger, the sanctuary will give them a place to stay. Luke adjusted his sitting position, seemingly to make himself more comfortable. The Sorcerer Supreme is the protector of the earth. She and the Temple of the Three maintain not world peace but balance and stability in multidimensional space. The group of sorcerers is generally uninterested in the fierce disputes in the human world. Even if the Third Reich won, colonized the whole world, and promoted extreme race theory, the Temple of the Three and Kamar-Taj would most likely not intervene and change the trajectory of history that should have happened. The enemies that deserve their vigilance are the many demons in hell, the dimensional demon gods watching. So, which am I? A target for deportation, or an innocent person in protective custody? Luke asked calmly.